Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first budget meeting of the Finance Administration Committee for 2026. I'd like to read the Pembroke Land Acknowledgement Statement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge on behalf of Council and the community that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. Good morning, members of Council, City staff, and members of the public, and those joining us via live stream. As Chair of the City of Pembroke Finance and Administration Committee, it is my privilege to open day one of our 2026 budget deliberations. Many thanks to the Treasury Department under the leadership of Angela Lodgety and all managers, directors, and staff who spent many hours formulating this budget. Today marks the start of our focused review of operating budgets with critical discussions ahead on capital needs and strategies to deliver responsible fiscal outcomes for our community. We confront substantial challenges in driving the levy increase below the opening level, pressured by elements outside our direct control, including shared services with the County of Renfrew and the OPP budget set through provincial formulas. These strains intensify alongside surging social demands, housing, mental health, and essential services, while our aging infrastructure demands urgent renewal. The capital plan underscores a widening funding gap as inflation surges past contributions, jeopardizing roads, water systems, and city infrastructure and facilities. In closing, let us deliberate with focus and resolve to protect Pembroke's future. Thank you. I now call the meeting to order and would ask Mayor Ron Gervais for his opening message.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good morning, everyone. Similar to what the Deputy Mayor has indicated, I want to thank all of staff for their hard work and dedication in the budget process thus far. Certainly, I know that I've witnessed different staff members here in the evenings, weekends, working through the daunting task of putting together the budget package that we have received by them. And as stated in the memo that's attached to the materials, certainly the budget was prepared by staff, and while I had an opportunity to have an earlier look at it, I have and will continue to express to Council as a whole that we must, as a Council, work through this budget package together with staff as resources to achieve the best possible outcome we can for the taxpayers of Pembroke. I believe that we must all remain cognizant of the fact that we represent all ratepayers, and that we must make decisions for all of the ratepayers, not just a small subset of the community. And we must remember that there is only one ratepayer. I keep saying that over and over again. There is only one ratepayer that must not only pay the levy, but shoulders costs such as county services, Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery, policing, insurance, and the like. We must remember that when we use reserves and accumulated surpluses, that this is tax dollars. The taxpayers paid once, and now we're using it for various purposes to achieve the goals on their behalf, in addition to the new taxes that we levy. I think that it's been made clear at the last council meeting that there's wants and there's needs. And the last council meeting, we talked at great length about the water main break and what it meant to the city of Pembroke, as well as to the residents in Laurentian Valley. And so certainly we need to be cognizant of the fact that there's wants and there's needs. And so certainly I'd like a lot of things in this world. Even personally, I'd like a lot of things in this world, but that's not achievable. And so I can assure the public that we have and will continue to partner with other levels of government, and we'll seek our fair share of grants to offset the cost to our ratepayers, including a recent trip to the legislature with the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus. I have always described the city employee complement as lean, and we continue to be lean and continue to operate such, but trying to achieve all of the goals on behalf of the ratepayers. To put things in perspective, those ratepayers that like to compare our city budget They must look at, when they're looking at lower tier municipalities, that a lower tier municipality not only pays their levy there, but they also pay the county share. So while we pay shared services, the number that we will arrive at the end of this process is the one figure, and it's that figure. So when comparing, you should probably look at other comparators such as Brockville, Quinte West, those single tier municipalities, because they're in the same situation or similar situation to us. And when I look across the county, I see all municipalities working together to do what is right for the ratepayers. And I know that all municipalities, all municipal councils, we don't want to see increases, but we're looking to do what is best for the ratepayers. And in our case, it's what is in the best interest of the residents and businesses in the city of Pembroke. So again, I want to thank you, Deputy Mayor, for an opportunity to speak to the matter. And truly, I want to thank staff, because I have no doubt, having seen the first draft and now what we have in front of us, I have no doubt that you put an awful lot of work into this budget package. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Gervais. I'd like now to call on our treasurer, Angela Lochte. I got that right this time. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Happy day one of the budget day. My most favorite time of the year. Okay. So as always, I would like to take a second to recognize the team behind me that has helped pull this budget together, which includes my deputy treasurer and purchasing manager, Marsha Hawthorne, financial planning analyst, Jennifer Belair, and accounting clerk and budget coordinator extraordinaire, Ashley Perrier. So this year's budget was a little different because of the impact of strong mayor legislation on the process. So we did start our budget a little earlier in August. We did review the budgets entirely in October, and this was to allow the mayor to review the budget in November, which he presented to council without change as per our past practice. So today we're deliberating the budget today and tomorrow. So today we'll focus on the operating budget. If we can get through that, we'll focus tomorrow solely on capital. If not, we'll complete the operating budget. We have day 3 scheduled for January 15th. So that will be an opportunity to review the results of our public budget consultation survey, any input we received from our public meeting, talk about tax ratios and the tax impact to ratepayers across all categories based on the decisions made today and tomorrow. And then under the strong mayor's regulations, the budget is deemed adopted on January 22nd, 2026. So a small change, so our typical process is to have all of our budget meetings as Finance and Administration Committee meetings, which still includes all of council. However, as pointed out by Councillor Keel, the legislation does talk about council and council decisions. So what we'll do to kind of fix our process for this year is we will take all of the decisions made today and tomorrow into and kind of summarize it in one resolution, which will go to council next week to achieve the council approved budget. The mayor does have a veto period under new regulations, which he agreed to shorten to 5 days. So that's between January 2nd and January 6th. And again, as I said, we will have a public meeting to discuss where we're at with the budget and answer any questions the public might have, with the chance for council to override the mayoral veto if he so chooses on January 15th. And we'll pass all related budget laws, bylaws that we can on February 3rd. So today the plan is to go to 10:30 roughly, to have half-hour break at noon, and then a second break at around 1:45 with a 3 p.m. adjournment. Although I understand that I believe Councillor Lafreniere has to leave us around 1:30 today. Okay. And I guess just a reminder that any proposed changes to the budget have to be made via a formal motion. And again, we will summarize all of these changes in a council resolution to be in compliance with the strong mayor legislation, and we will rename these meetings as special council meetings next year. So, 2026 draft budget highlights. So, I will say that the staff budget started off with a levy increase of over 11%. I did review the budget and decrease it to a 9.03% after growth of about $200,000 that we had in 2025. In comparison, the CPI increase for Ontario is 1.8%. 1% levy increase, which is the amount of money we need to raise through property taxation, is worth about $274,000. So a 2% levy increase is an extra $548,000 to the city budget. In terms of the average residential taxpayer, a 1% levy increase is an extra $34 a year on their tax bill. So as mentioned by the mayor, we are the only single-tier municipality in Renfrew County. So our levy increase includes the county and shared services, which other municipalities, lower-tier municipalities like Laurentian Valley, Petawawa, Whitewater, the town of Renfrew, the town of Arnprior, don't have. So if we break down our draft levy increase to be more comparable to the lower tier, when we presented the budget at the beginning of December, our lower tier levy comparator increase was 6.67%, with 2.88% being for city operations, 2% levy increase for capital, and an unconfirmed OPP increase of 1.79%. And then when we add the county and shared services on top of this, we get to the 9.03%. Now, late Friday night, we did receive our 2026 OPP billing statement. It was late this year. It's usually provided to the city mid-November. I think because of the substantial increase, it was delayed a little bit. They did cap it at an 11% increase. So I will be preparing a more formal report and include this billing statement in next week's council meeting. But I can say that we have a reconciliation adjustment for 2024 of about $400,000 that we're going to have to absorb in this year's budget, the 2025 budget. That's unplanned. So that will definitely have an impact on the size of the surplus we're going to have this year. But the 11% cap was sort of split between the reconciliation adjustment that we have to take into account this year and the amount we're going to have to pay next year. And I had planned for an 11% increase on next year only. So this does actually bring down, sorry, this says unconfirmed, it should say confirmed now. It does bring down the levy increase for the OPP for next year's budget to a more reasonable level. So if we just look at next year alone, their budget is increased by 4%, which is a more reasonable increase on a large budget. So we do have, we did get our insurance renewal information in, and along with a few other minor changes for the parking lot levy that the PBIA pays and how much we pay annually to MPAC for our property tax assessment. We are sitting at overall a draft levy increase of 7.91%. And if we're going to compare that to our other lower tiers in the area, the city portion of that levy increase is 5.55. If we look at, what's going on in some of our neighbors, I think LV is looking at a 6.9% levy increase, compared to our 5.55%. Whitewater is about 6.8% levy increase. And Renfrew, the town of Renfrew is at 8.8, but it will come down because of the OPP now. So a bit of good news coming into today's deliberations. If we do look at, the city operating portion of that increase, we do have a 3.25% cost of living increase to salary and benefits for CUPE and non-union coming into the 2026 budget. We are looking to increase the budget to support business retention and our new community improvement grant program that we're going to have in 2026. The fire is looking at a new dispatch system. We are in year 2 of 3 of a new transit service that we've added. We do have a number of studies that need to be completed. One that was pre-approved for the official plan for planning, as well as some asset management studies that we need to do, and a fire study, which we'll get to when we talk about the fire budget. We do have a staffing request on the table for a deputy clerk. And unfortunately, declining interest rates are impacting our expected investment income. So with inflation coming down, interest rates are coming down, so we're not earning as much on the cash we have available to us in reserve. If we look at the shared services, which includes the county and policing, the county is at the very early stages of their budget. They weren't able to provide me with a lot of concrete information. So the 2026 budget is essentially based on a conversation I had with the treasurer of the county of Renfrew. I understand the county has a lot of very difficult decisions to make with their 2026 budget. So I will be able to update this, I would think, in January, just based on how their deliberations are going. But this is my best estimate at this time. All budgets are essentially one big estimate most of the time. So we'll see if that can come down or not. Hopefully it won't go up. We'll see. But I've mostly estimated a 7% increase, unless otherwise indicated in their charges to us. We do typically see a small increase with the health unit every year. As mentioned, impact property assessment also has a small increase every year. We don't require the social issues budget that we had in 2025, and the OPP contract and the building we provide, again, that number has come down from the original submission. So what's highlighted in yellow is different than your package because of the confirmation we have of our OPP contract costs for 2026. So that brings us into the meat and potatoes of the day, where we're going to go through each section of the budget. So on the next 2 pages of my presentation is a summary of each department, where their 2025 budget was at as compared to 26. And overall, we can see a 2.4, almost 2.5% increase in the city budget that's being proposed. So we will not necessarily go through them in that order. We'll try to group sort of the department heads together a little bit and how we go through the budget. So we will be flipping around a little bit in some of the pages. So I will start by looking at the taxation, mayor, council, and financial budgets. So we're going to start off on page 10 of the council package. We did also have the line by line available to the public. So we have in that particular agenda package, have the page numbers for reference if anybody's online and wanting to go through it with the information that's available on the city website. So okay, page 10. So overall, for the taxation budget, we are seeing a roughly $212,000 increase because of growth, primarily in our multi-residential category. I don't have all of the reports available yet in some of our taxation portals because the roll book was just finalized the first week of December. So at the third budget meeting, I will have some of the more regular reports that you're used to seeing in terms of, you know, where the growth has come from in our municipality. We do expect to see a decrease in some of the write-offs just because we have, once again, MPAC is not updating our assessment. So we're still at, you know, a very old level of assessment. So we do think the challenges behind Some of those assessment values, we have been worked through, so we can decrease that budget a little bit and add more to the bottom line. So is there any questions on tax revenue at this point? And as I mentioned, I will provide a breakdown by assessment once our taxation portals have been updated. So that brings us to page 11, the mayor's office and council budgets. So I'll go through some of the changes on this page. I think generally some of my questions back to council include whether or not council wishes to review remuneration in 2026. This was raised a couple of years ago, and there was some reports done both on council remuneration as well as committee pay. At the time, council wanted to wait until, the January 1st to June 30th of an election year to look at pay. So I guess from a budgetary point of time, now's the time to talk about it. Currently, I am waiting for the December CPI numbers to come in, but the council's pay right now is looking at a 2.42% increase based on the current bylaw. On line 47 and line 50, that increase is related to the staff support and the cost of living that the council receives from city staff. Again, on line 73, the budget is increasing by about $3,600. And again, that's the cost of living estimate for the balance of council. We have added an additional training budget, which you'll find on line 83. So typically we only budget $2,000 per member for council training during the year. Given that this is an election year and given some of the feedback that we had received from new council members a few years ago, we are looking to put together a more concrete training package for the new council, which would include some of the emotional intelligence and team building training, integrity commissioner training, and either media training or having clerks on call come back for some procedural training. So we have increased the budget by $15,500 specifically for training for new council. So that'll be something for council to discuss. We do have some price increasing for our Microsoft 365 licensing and insurance. And we have increased the legal fees budget by $5,000, reflecting, some of the 3-year average spend on integrity commissioner and council legal advice provided. So I will pass the floor back to the chair for discussion.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on that part? Councillor Keel?
So what do we have in the budget for, like our travel to conventions and whatnot? And the only reason I ask is because I went to one last year, and that blew my entire budget. And I'm not saying that I'm not willing to contribute, but it was hundreds of dollars out of my pocket just to go to one convention. So have we kept, I guess what I'm asking is, have we been keeping that up with the reality of attending things?
So through the chair, the answer is no. Currently, the amount allocated to each council member is $2,000. But a lot of conferences are now in the $2,500 to $2,800 cost range, just with the increased hotel costs.
So I was told last year it was $1,000, and that's what my Roma was capped at.
Okay, so we would have to look into yours specifically, but like for this year, it's like everybody has $2,000.
Okay.
Councillor Frenier?
Through the chair, did we not say we could take, I haven't used any of mine in a few years. I thought we could transfer some of ours to other individuals to offset their true expenses. So I don't know why that didn't occur if someone was out of pocket. Because like I said, I haven't used any. So maybe that could be rectified still, I don't know.
I didn't ask because it was in January, and I thought that's pretty early to ask other counselors if I can borrow from them.
So just for clarification, the $2,000 includes the registration and the travel.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you. Yeah, just to build on that, I recognize earlier in the year, it's difficult because you don't know whether a particular counselor, unless you know that they never go to a conference, but it's kind of difficult to ask. But yes, that's my understanding, is that you can consult, speak to another person, because I guess the other counselor could say, no, I'm planning on going to AMO or something. Having said that, I'd like to put forward a motion regarding line 63, and just a quick little preamble. Primarily with the Mayor's Office, it's Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus. We're very good at being able to do Zoom. Perhaps I should be actually physically going to Smiths Falls, Cornwall, Brockville, and so forth. I tend to do Zoom unless we're going to legislature, and we've done that this past Monday, and I think there's a commitment to do that on a more regular basis. But having said that, to try and get us going in the correct direction, what I would be prepared to put a motion in line 63 to reduce 4,000 to 2,000.
Seconder, Councillor Lafreniere. Motion on the floor to reduce it to 2,000. The mayor's, yeah.
And if I can just follow up, just to say that, you know, this is what I'm prepared to do, and if I go over it, I'll eat it, but, and then a future mayor, whoever that might be, can determine what it is that they're going to do, but I'm prepared to do that. I know I'm looking at the CAO, because we travel in pairs to attend different functions, but I know that a commitment to go to Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, I think we can certainly, we go down, we do what we got to do, and we get out. So I'm prepared to support certainly that motion.
So, Councillor Lafreniere, you seconded the motion. Any discussion? Call the question. Oh, yes, Councillor Giacomo.
Is there any validity in having people meeting face-to-face as opposed to, electronically? I think you make a better contact with the person that you're sitting next to than you do electronically. I'm just throwing that out for discussion, as opposed to, reducing. I understand where the mayor's coming from. We've got to cut. But is there some benefit, rather than meeting the minister online, as meeting them face-to-face?
Mayor Gervais.
So in terms of when we're going down to meet MPPs and the ministers and so forth, I wholeheartedly agree with you. But as a group, when the Eastern Ontario mayors meet with their CAOs, I don't have any issue talking to different mayors in that capacity, because I'm not looking to impress. I'm not looking to do anything other than to get information, get on the same page, so that when we do go to see the MPPs and the ministers, we're on the same page. So
Thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any more discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Any more comments or questions on that section? Councillor Lafreniere.
Through the chair, to avoid whispering back and forth, I'll ask this out loud. The 83 seminars, training, and convention, I understand a large part of that increase is for training, and I totally agree with that. I think it's time we revisited our new counselor training program, because things have changed so much in our role as counselors now, and there's so much, out there socially, everything. So I agree with that. But based on last year's actual, which was only $3,600, seems like a huge increase to jump up to 15. So I'm wondering if we could just estimate what that new training would look like when it comes to costs, and base it more on the actual. The last year's actual was only $3,600, so I don't know that the new training is going to cost $12,000. So I'm just wondering if we can move that down. Like, I notice a lot of the budget is not based at all on actuals. It's based on last year's budget. And even if it was way under last year in actuals, we were basing our increases on last year's budget. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm always a firm believer on, maybe if last year's actual was what we based our increase on, our bottom line might be less going into next year, like the increase. I don't know if I'm explaining myself correct, but yeah, I'm wondering why you would put that increase on the budget, not the actual.
Madam Treasurer, comment?
I guess so. Just a caution that the 2025 actuals aren't final yet, so we're still missing costs in the 2025. Certainly, not every member of council uses their $2,000 allotment, so I would just be concerned for fairness. Would certain council members say, "I'm not going anywhere, so you can take my $2,000 back"? Like, I'm just not sure for fairness around the table, how to kind of, to manage that, because essentially what we're saying is we wouldn't reimburse everybody $2,000 if they wanted to do training next year.
CEO, and then Mayor Jervey.
Yeah, and I was also going to add to that. So in regards to that specific line item, it's not reflective of what happened in the previous year, because in 2026, there's some additional training planned for the new council coming on board. And so that's a really good example of not taking a look at the budget for 2025 and then just increasing it. That number is based on, clerks on call coming in. When we brought that Brett Richards in to do the council training. So that's all in there for 2026.
Okay, so I understand. Thank you very much. I guess my only thing is, I know we ran some of this training this past term, although it wasn't at the beginning of the term. But just a recommendation is that staff goes a long way to plan these events. And I know there was a couple of councillors that didn't attend. So maybe it should be part of the kit given to a new councillor saying these are compulsory courses, because it doesn't do much good if a few of us take courses on adversity and HR and how to behave properly with other people when not everybody attends. So it's just food for thought, because we all have to have the same information and education around the table in order to behave, I guess that's the word I want to use, when we're corresponding. And that's just food for thought for the next administration. Thank you.
Mayor Jervey?
Just real quickly, yeah, I know staff are working on information so that all council members that are on council then know, receive the DEI training, receive all the other training and so forth. And I know that the CEO is working on a package if someone wants to run for council, so that the person has an appreciation somewhat of what it's like to be a councillor before they get there and say, oh, you attend more than 2 meetings a month. Having said that, in terms of that number, yes, it's not an accurate number, because I know myself, I saw someone's conferences within the month and so and signed off on it. So that number doesn't even reflect that councillor's expenses, so it can't. So that's why in the past I look at the actuals, but I know, in all fairness to staff, this isn't something staff is doing. It's just as the bills come in, they get paid, and it might be a month or two behind. So,
Councillor Keel and then Councillor Purcell.
To Councillor Lafreniere's point, like when I look at line 67, a couple of years ago it was 95,000. This year's actual 86, although I recognize that not everything is in. We're looking at increasing that by $5,000. We haven't come within $10,000 of spending. So why are we increasing, I guess, a number of things between line, I don't know, I guess it's 46 and 64. We're proposing to increase it by 5705, but we're $20,000 short of using the bulk of that. Like, can we not just keep that group the same as last time?
So through the chair, so I can look at trying to decrease. I know the public relations budget on line 60 will be spent. We typically have an allowance for office furniture, but I mean, we could take at least $2,000 out, so we don't typically spend that, although it's there as an option if required for the mayor's office. So I can look at kind of sharpening the pencil on some of the other lines to try to decrease
Because to Councillor Lafreniere's point, I think I have a few comments in my notes where it's, we've never come close to spending this, so why are we increasing it this year? I know for a fact there's some of those like in the operations department. I think there was some in the rec department. Literally in my notes, it just says again, because that one just kept coming up.
Councillor Purcell.
I just wanted to comment on line 83 for the $2,000 per member of a new council. I know that one of my experiences as a new councillor for this term was the inconsistency or lack of training. So, I mean, if we want, and I expect that we're going to have some new councillors this year, if we want consistency and we want to equip those individuals with the best information and consistent information, I think it's really important that we up the budget for, continue with this budget recommendation for the 26 budget. But I mean, I can see that years going forward, it could be reduced significantly. But I just want to make sure that that budget remains there. As for some of the other additional costs, we also got to be careful because we don't know what tomorrow's going to, what's going to entail as well. So, I mean, don't forget those unused dollars end up back into, surpluses as well, and that we utilize as well. So, I mean, sometimes it's very hard to go line by line to determine, are we going to use this or we're not going to use that. That being said, I understand that's still dollars for the taxpayer, but eventually we end up using those dollars. So.
Lafreniere.
My final comment on this page. Honorarium Airport Commission through the chair. I thought that was paid directly. Oh no, I'm getting mixed up. Sorry, I'm thinking the ORPC. Airport, we do pay. Okay, sorry. My brain was not working there.
Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A tendency to agree with the other councillors about the intensity and the availability of having training. I mean, we're running a corporation with a $60 million budget. And I mean, if you're going to nickel and dime people with what they have to do, we're really only shooting ourselves in the foot. So I would make a motion to the fact that we increase the budget as proposed to the amount as shown. Don't need a motion at this time? Okay. Okay.
Any more questions on that page? Comments? No? Moving forward, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so the next section to review starts on page 12, and that's the financial section. So in a lot of ways, this is the clearinghouse for some revenues that get transferred to capital, to different reserves, and that sort of thing. So in the first section on line 96, just to highlight that we have proposed to split this line into two. So line 96 for the 2026 budget is now just for the CAO's office and his staff. And then in the admin section would be the treasury. Seminars and training, and that's just to help us with tracking how much money we have left available for allocation. And included in this line is $2,000 for the deputy clerk position. But the balance of that budget has been moved to administration budget. In terms of public relations, we have increased the budget by $10,000 for a new volunteer appreciation event. In terms of professional services, we are seeing an increase in insurance once again, but not as much as previously. We have been our insurance costs have been significantly increasing over the past few years. This year, we're only looking at about a 4% increase, which is good news for us. We are looking to decrease our professional fees. So this is an item that does fluctuate from year to year. So we are looking at allocating about 20,000 for grant writing support, with the balance being for document accessibility. And every year, either the auditor or our insurance company requires us to complete reports. So we do need annual funding to meet some of those requirements, which makes up the 37,500 that's in this year's budget. Based on the 2024 spending, we are looking at increasing legal fees by $10,000 to be more in line with expected spending. In the next section, the interfunctional transfers, again, is some of that, taking revenue intended for capital and transferring it to the capital fund. So we are transferring tax funding to capital, as well as our OCIF funding, connecting links funding, and anticipated safe schools and fire protection grant funding. In terms of transfers from reserves, we do transfer money every year to help support the handy bus that we receive from the the provincial government, through our gas tax funding, as well as physician recruitment if funding is required. In the next section, banking. So we can see that on line 128. Our bank interest income is expected to decrease as bank prime decreases throughout 2026. That will also impact the amount of money, interest earned that's allocated to our reserves, which is on line 129. On the next page, line 13, we have finally paid back our internal loan on solar panels that we had installed in buildings across the city. So what's left is our Miramichi loan repayment, which I think is coming due at the end of this year. If we look at our grants, our OMPF funding, which is formula-based funding that we receive every year from the provincial government, has increased by 65,400, which is great news. Our OCIF funding from the provincial government, which goes towards capital and infrastructure projects, has also increased by $195,000. And again, that will be transferred to capital to help finance capital projects. We do receive funding every year from the federal government. It used to be called the gas tax funding. Now it's called the Canada Community Building Fund. So we are expecting to once again receive almost $1 million from that organization. We have not heard about our provincial gas tax transit funding, so we are assuming that we'll receive the same as 2025. We have received and continued to receive connecting links funding from the province in 2026, this will be transferred to capital for the Phase 2 River Road project. And we do have some other grants that we're looking at for safe schools that we have applied for and are hoping to receive, as well as $16,000 for a fire protection grant, which again will be transferred to capital. The library board we will discuss tomorrow. But essentially, they are looking at a $20,000 increase in the amount the city contributes to support their operations. We are expecting a small increase in the airport contribution that we make every year. We do typically earmark $15,000 to spend on physician recruitment if required, to help attract and settle new physicians into our community. We do expect a small cost of living increase to our festival hall contribution. We are currently looking at the same level of contributions to our strategic partners. That being said, I am in receipt of a $20,000 request from the Legion, so that has not been included at this point in the budget, but I will be providing a report before day 3 and to look at whether or not that's something the city would like to consider. We do typically contribute $4,000 to the fiddle contest, and we do provide a $35,000 grant to the handy bus in addition to transferring provincial gas tax funding to them to help support their operations. In terms of other, excuse me. Sorry. We have not been seeing the same dividends from ORPC and ORES as we have in the past, so I have decreased the budget in that area. And last year we had budgeted a one-time land sales, which is not applicable to the 2026 budget. So that concludes the finance section of the budget. Is there any questions?
Councillor Frenier?
Two questions. Line 165, physician recruitment, $15,000. I know that maybe a year or so ago, there was a presentation made saying that they are doing their own physician recruitment and that they didn't require any assistance from the city anymore. They were handling it among the doctors and the hospital and all of that. And I noticed that we didn't. I know we hosted a doctor recently. I know the mayor took them to lunch. And I don't see anything expensed to that. So I'm wondering, why are we continuing to just put $15,000 away for it when we were told they're handling it? I guess it's in a reserve, but do we not have enough in the reserve? Do we have to keep topping it up, especially if they said they don't need our help? I know it's been successful. I know there's been some new doctors come to our community, so I'm just wondering if we need to continue to put that in there. That's my first question, and I'll go ahead and just briefly ask, what is the Safe Schools grant? And now I'll let you turn it over to our treasurer to answer.
So just for clarification, the physician recruitment is an in and an out, because up on an earlier line, we're transferring 15,000 from reserve to pay for this $15,000 expense that we have in the budget. So I would kind of pass it to our CAO to talk about physician recruitment in general.
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, you're correct. Like the hospital does have a very extensive, and also to the OHT physician recruitment. What we will and other municipalities will get asked is, and this is where I've seen it been utilized in the past, is that if a physician is coming and they want help in regards to settlement costs, or maybe the first couple months in regards to not getting their billing up to speed yet, and they just need some money to cover that. So it's not the actual physician recruitment process that needs the dollars. Is that dollars to yeah, exactly. But yeah, like we've been very successful in the past. We toured another physician the other week, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that will be. So we are doing things in around the physician recruitment, but last year we didn't have to as of yet.
So the Safe Schools grant is a grant application that we made for a sidewalk at Our Lady of Lourdes, and I will pass that one over to Marielle McLaughlin to provide a little more background for that.
Yes, the Safe Schools grant is for sidewalks around Lourdes School on Clemo Avenue, and then also the connecting sidewalk through the easement to Melton Street, and then a pedestrian crossing. So we have made it through to stage 2, and our application is being worked on to submit by this Friday for the stage 2 of this application to move forward.
Thank you, that's great news, because I know I had a lot of expression of concern in that community about that. So thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Jacquinot?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to you, Madam Chair, Madam Treasurer. The recruitment funding, the $15,000, I think is crucial. Every other community across the province of Ontario is doing something. I mean, if you watch the national news, you'll see where some municipalities are, extending hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a physician into the community. And I think this is really crucial. It shows support for the hospital. I don't think it's frivolous, expensive dollars. And if you ask anybody in the community what's more important than anything, it's having a physician. And, we recently lost a physician. He passed away. And I believe the mayor said he had somebody on a tour. And I think it was you, your worship, and he said how important it was to have a pool. Was that your comment, within our community? So I think that money needs to be there as a buffer. If it doesn't have to be used, fine. But if it needs to be, I think it's crucial that we support the hospital in that small capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keel.
On physician recruitment, I couldn't agree with Councillor Giacono more. He's correct. A lot of municipalities in Ontario, including some down the 401 that are comparable to our size, at least were, I don't know if they still are, but offering grants of hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think us picking up relocation fees and stuff is frankly literally the least that we could do. I actually wish that we were doing more and participating more. I know the hospital says that they don't need us, but that's their opinion. My opinion is I actually wish we were doing a lot more. There's a lot of people in Pembroke that still don't have a doctor. We've certainly been lucky lately. And I know the Premier is telling us, I guess, that we'll all have a doctor, by the end of next year or something. I certainly hope so, because I'm not getting any younger over here, and I haven't had a doctor in a few years. With respect to the strategic partnerships, I would move a motion that we increase the 50-plus senior center so that the amount of our payment matches with their rent. But I don't know what the number is. If perhaps the
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would need to take that offline just to confirm the amount.
okay.
Okay. Could we come back to that after the break?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you want to comment, CEO? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment in regards to, the comment in regards to in regards to the physician recruitment not needing our support, so not needing us in a capacity that has been asked before. I say that our relationship with the hospital, and specifically the interns coming in, has greatly increased. And with the new position of the investment attraction officer, Kathleen, she's worked really hard with the two individuals over there. And so instead of focusing on a doctor coming in, we're going more at the ground level and the foundational level of enticing and encouraging students and interns that come to this area, that they have the best experience that they can possibly have. And then once they are a graduate and want to make a decision to stay in a location, they choose Pembroke. So our team, through Kathleen, has done a great job in regards to that supporting, and and the mayor have participated in several events where that. So in regards to the physician recruitment, yeah, like the hospital is more kind of hands off. Like they're doing that big lift in regards to physicians. But where we're really leaning into and have been really successful in is the ground level, the interns and the physicians and they're coming here for a couple of weeks or they're coming here for a couple of years. So that's where we've leaned into.
Anything else on the finance section? Councillor Giacono?
Are we still on strategic partnerships? The Mural Committee, they're a strategic partner, I believe, and it's my understanding that they've not received an increase of any kind. I think, well, they have received an increase. I spoke to the treasurer. The last time, I think, was 2011, and then, refresh me, Madam Chair, 2023, was it?
So it appears that they've been receiving $10,000 per year since 2011, and the only exceptions are in 2013 they received $11,000, and then in 2023 they received $15,000, and that's because they had a particular repair project underway.
If council noticed one of the murals, to the entrance to the waterway, which was the lumbering mural, has been removed for repair. It just was in disastrous shape. The committee itself, they work, their persona non grata, I think. They work for $0. They don't get anything. They don't submit any real expenses for themselves. There's 5 people that are there. If you look at their volunteerism over, a period of a term, you're looking at probably $1 million. And, if you had to pay them, you're looking at $1 million to hire people to promote the murals. A can of paint, a small can of paint is $100 and some. Prices have gone up considerably, and to repair those, so I think they're vastly underfunded, and I would move that their budget be increased by $5,000.
A motion on the floor to increase the Heritage Mural Committee budget by $5,000. Is there a seconder? Mayor Survey?
So I can second it, but can I make a suggestion, I guess? So
Yeah.
I'll second it just to,
Right.
okay, can I make a suggestion? So I know that we received a packet this morning of strategic partnerships, and we're picking different strategic
Yeah.
partners. I have no idea what the numbers are, other than what's sitting in this budget line saying it's X number of dollars. So I'd kind of like to see, these are the strategic partners, this is what they get paid. I don't know, and I was just flipping through trying to see whether or not, like when we talked about, and this is no disrespect, and I mentioned it at council the other night, there's the 50+ center, but I know that we also fund I'm probably going to say it, or I'm not trying to offend, but anyways, the other senior center, the French Francophone one. So I'd kind of like if we're going to start doing this, I'm not into that. I would rather see, this is what the strategic partners are, this is what we're receiving, and are we reviewing it? And I'm not trying to make this budget process even longer. No, but to intelligently talk about strategic partners, that's what I'd like to see, so that I know what I'm talking about.
Shall we come back to this, Mr. Chair?
Well, I
perhaps
just
for
saw it
review?
in front of me here, strategic partners. So, Madame, can you comment, please?
Yeah.
So we do ask for annual reporting from the partners every year, so we have distributed that to you. So they do provide, I believe, some financial information and some information on, what they've done during the year. So we can certainly, if So, I mean, it's, at the end of the day, it's up to committee if they want to table it to tomorrow to have a chance to kind of look the package over. That's up to
Councillor
committee.
Jagano?
As a mover, I would remove the motion for
Okay.
consideration for
We'll deal with
another
it.
time.
CEO?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Just wanted to actually point council's attention to the second point on that slide, that the Legion has also made a request, and that is not in this budget. So that was a request for $20,000. And so that's not in this request, and it's not in part of the budget.
Okay. So we'll deal with that tomorrow. Councillor Keel?
So when do we plan on dealing with that?
So we just received the request, so I have to look through it and prepare a report for council. So,
So I guess I have 2 points, because
Yep.
we can't make changes after January 2nd. So unless we're doing it tomorrow, I don't know when we're doing it. And number 2, in terms of strategic partners, my understanding, and I think this is from my days on the Robbie Dean Center, when I think the center came here requesting money, that we usually look at our strategic partners as things that we could be providing, like services that the city could be providing, but that somebody else is doing it for us. And I'm just wondering where the Legion falls into that overarching question. Because as a member of the Legion, I'm struggling to figure that aspect out.
Yes, Madam Treasurer.
so through the chair. So we do have a $50,000 like budget contingency that we have in the budget every year, so the $20,000 could come from that if council was supportive. But again, this is why the staff has to look over it as well, just to properly
Right.
understand like how that works within the policy, because it is, typically we provide funding to partners because they can provide a service typically because of the volunteer base they have at a much lower cost than the city could.
Councillor Frenier, then we'll move forward.
Through the chair, I think this might be an opportunity. The Seniors Plus group was here presenting with a number of struggles they're having and challenges, and the one is space. So maybe, like they're already a strategic partner. If the Legion was a strategic partner, they've certainly got lots of meeting rooms, they've got space, they've got a hall. And we often have to pay the Legion to rent the hall for something, the election, and sometimes we're in need of space too. So I think maybe there is an opportunity here to bring the Seniors Plus and the Legion together to work together on that aspect as well. But I'm wondering, yeah, like I don't know, it's too bad we don't have that proposal from the Legion here, because I'm sure it would list the advantages to the city of having them as a strategic partner. So I think there's some costs that we could save on hall rentals and things of that nature if we were a strategic partner with the Legion. Anyway, I wish we could handle this today. I wish we had the presentation from the Legion, but I think that could be something that we could work with both those groups. Anyway, that's just a comment. I don't know if we can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
CEO?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I just wanted to kind of comment. So, I provided an email to all of council with respect to the new position, but that was one of the things that was talked about in that position is that when I had this recent discussion with the 50 plus was the idea of even like a forum or some venue that all the strategic partners could come together, say what they're doing in regards to programming for 2026 in this case. And the thought was is that you'd do it say in September, October, and then probably do one again, like you'd probably do it every 6 months. But again, like these are great ideas. It's just resources for the city. Like I don't have time. The clerk doesn't have time to kind of coordinate these. And I'd be looking at the directors. There's no one that has that time to kind of coordinate these great discussions that could provide great efficiencies. But yeah, so I just wanted to comment on that I love that idea of the strategic partners to get together, and I don't think we've done enough in regards to the strategic partners in meeting their needs, and I think there's more discussions that need to happen. It's just a matter of resources.
Mayor Gervais?
Treasurer wants to.
Oh, Treasurer?
Sorry, I just wanted to correct myself. So we do have a contingency in the budget every year, so it's on page 12, line 133. It used to be 50, but it's now 25,000.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Gervais?
Okay, so I'm willing, and I'm going to look at Councillor Keel for a second to make sure that this is kosher, but to make a motion to increase that line item, 167, and I'm looking at Councillor Keel in terms of what I'm thinking is making a motion to increase it by a set amount and then deal with where the chips fall later. And so then later on, we can figure out where the funds would go, especially knowing that the contingency fund is 25,000, which isn't going to cut it. So in terms of whatever I said, 167, what I was thinking of is increasing it by an additional, I'm thinking 30,000. And then again, what the comment that was made previously, if we don't use it, then we can always, it'll fall into general surplus and we'll use it wisely later on. But at least the funds would be under strategic partners. And then, but I'm looking at Councillor Keel in terms of these mayor powers and the timelines. What I wouldn't want is to run afoul of, well, you didn't also then say which person was getting what. And so, but at least if it was in the main budget, X number of dollars, I'm thinking we're good. Okay. So that's my motion, is to increase it by an additional 30,000 from whatever's sitting there now, 56,3.
Seconder? Councillor Giacono? Discussion? Call the question. Those in favor to increase strategic partners by 30? Carried. Or those opposed? Motion carried. Any more items for finance before we move on? Seeing none. Madam Treasurer, you have the floor again.
Get you to the next page.
Okay, so included in the administration budget, so we're starting on page 14 now. The first section has to do with salaries for administration, so that's both the Treasury Department and the CAO Clerk's Department. So the salary budget does include the CAO's request for a new deputy clerk position, which would start May 2026. So the 2026 impact of that is $70,667. The full year impact is $106,000. For revenues, overall, we are seeing unfortunately an increase in tax interest revenue. So we are increasing the budget to better reflect where we were sitting at the end of 2024, as well as a few other minor increases to interest earned on facility rentals and our transfer of overhead to other departments. On the next page, provision of services, we do have an increase to the line 46 computer software. So this is the annual renewal licenses and support that we have from all of the different software products that we have, as well as our managed detection and response cybersecurity that we have, and the administration's share of our Microsoft 365 licenses, which have price increases attached to them. This is being offset by a decrease in software requirements for accessibility. We are leveraging the software we already have, so we are seeing an offsetting decrease of $23,600 on that particular line item. And we are expecting to see a savings next year because we do plan on switching our telephone service from our, copper line, hardwire telephone service to a Microsoft Teams phone system in 2026. So we are expecting to save roughly $12,000 from that switch. In terms of administration expenses, we are seeing price increases for office supplies, which is offset by decreases in the amount of stationery and printing we're spending. As mentioned, we have split seminars and training between the CAO's department and the Treasury Department. I will say the budget does cover 11 full-time positions and includes mandatory training for some of my staff due to some of the turnover. The non-recurring, so we have transferred, so we have tried to take a good look at what we have in the capital fund, which we talk about in day 2, and what we have in the operating fund. And we do have some projects that were normally included in the capital fund, but they aren't technically capital projects because they don't meet our tangible capital asset policy. So there's a bit of an accounting adjustment that we're doing to try to make Fund 1 purely about operating and our capital fund truly about what we're capitalizing as assets in the city's books. So to that end, we are transferring 2 items from the capital, to operating, along with the funding associated with that. So we have our annual computer equipment refresh of $80,000. We are continuing to look at our records management. So while we can't necessarily commit to a full records management software review in 2026, we can look at digitizing some of our records. So that will be offset by the modernization reserve. And as well, as we talked about last year, the city's financial system is end of life in 2029. So we do expect to spend roughly $100,000 in 2026. So that would be to hire an accounting firm to be a project manager to help the city select and start implementing a new financial system, which we will then implement over 27 and 28 to be fully off the system we have now by 2029. So I will pass it back. Oh, sorry. So I'll pass the mic over to our CAO to discuss the new position.
Oh, he gave me a mic. Yeah, so the new position, I provided an email to all of council, just kind of outlining some of the aspects in regards to the new position. But what I was looking to do was do a split between a deputy clerk position of around 80% and volunteer coordinator position of 20%. As we've seen over the last little while in regards to volunteers, and the appreciation for volunteers and how they're managed. So I thought this individual could provide some much needed support, not only for our services, but also for outside agencies. I can only think of just this weekend where we were having the Taste of the Valley, and there's a call out now for volunteers to do parking. So they've approached one of the volunteer associations, service groups, and they'll probably approach another. So my envision would be one of the things that this individual would do would have an inventory of volunteers that could support not only our activities, but outside agencies. The other thing would be like in regards to risk management. I'm aware that there are a lot of volunteers in our facilities, and if something happens at our facilities involving a volunteer, certainly our facility and our corporation would be named in that lawsuit. And so we've got to make sure that other organizations are training volunteers correctly. There's a few other things in regards to recruitment, making sure they get the proper training. I think there was one comment in the past where, like, couldn't a volunteer just show up and do the work? Well, unfortunately now they can't. They have to have that proper training, especially if they're dealing with youth and that. So that's with that in regards to the volunteer. The deputy clerk, I made the pitch last year for a position, and I'll make it this year, and I'll continue to make it until being successful. I really think that that we need this position, not only to support the clerk, but also support myself. I think there's a lot of advocacy and a lot of strategic and risk management work that I could be doing that I'm not, and that I'm more dealing with a lot of the day-to-day stuff. In the email, I really highlighted the uniqueness of the city of Pembroke. And although we like to use comparables like our surrounding municipalities, they are not like I would argue that they're not a comparable for the city of Pembroke. The planning side of it, like, we are able to approve subdivisions and condominiums. There are no other lower tier or other municipality within the County of Renfrew that can do that. That's all the authority is done through the County of Renfrew. We have authority in regards to severances. There's only a couple of municipalities that are given that responsibility. Bylaw. Except for Petawawa, I would say that the other surrounding municipalities do not have any bylaw. In regards to operations, bridges and culverts, we have, I believe, 7 or 8 bridges within the city of Pembroke. All the other municipalities in the County of Renfrew do not have that responsibility. Anything that is 3 meters or greater, so any culvert that's 3 meters or greater, that is then the responsibility of the County of Renfrew. So in regards to comparing our rate to other municipalities within the County of Renfrew is not a fair comparison. So in saying that, I think it's very unique in regards to the city of Pembroke, and the county of Renfrew has done a lot of great work, and you can see the results of their great work in regards to getting a Mesa Heart Hub in place. And that was done not through just an application being put through to the ministry and getting approval. That was done by a lot of advocacy, a lot of knocking on doors. I would argue that that you could probably go and talk to every minister at Queen's Park, and they would know the county of Renfrew. And I just asked the question: do they know the city of Pembroke? And they should. So we had a great meeting, with the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, and a lot of leads that we could be following up on, and it's just a matter of time to get that. So that's downloading some of the duties that the clerk is already doing. So currently, right now, she kind of goes in that 2-week cycle of preparing reports, agenda, minutes, and then the next meeting, and then throw on there the Police Services Board. Again, another duty that other municipalities don't have. As far as I know, I think Petawawa has a Police Services Board, but the rest of them don't. And that takes a lot of duties away. So open up to any questions, but I want to just emphasize the fact, especially around the table, and you're all aware of it, but even to the residents and the public, of how unique Pembroke is, and we got to celebrate that uniqueness, but we also have to emphasize it when we're talking to the provincial and federal governments in regards to how we get funded. And I think there's much opportunity, to grab hold of more grant dollars out there, more funding, but we have to be at that table and knocking on those doors.
Questions, comments? Councillor Finley?
Comment in regards to the new position and the fact that they would be possibly taking over the volunteer appreciation component, and getting things going there. I'm just wondering if that would encompass the Civic Youth Awards that takes place now. Like, would that be rolled in? Like, what's the plan? Because I know on page 12, line 99, there's also an extra $10,000 budgeted for volunteer appreciation. So I'm wondering, is that all going to come under this new position, or has that even been thought of? Like, I'm wondering what that $10,000 volunteer appreciation dollars are, because I think that is in the recreation budget right now for Civic Youth Awards. So I'm wondering, should this all be in a new line, or are they still going to remain separate? Because it doesn't make sense to me to keep them separate. Civic Youth Awards and volunteer awards, it's all just, it should be all in one big pool. Because I know the committee that works on Civic Youth Awards was talking about that last year, about changing the actual award system and maybe making just one big volunteer event. So I don't know. I think everyone's working in a little silo, and I don't know that was thought of when these lines were put in. Do you have a comment on that? Okay.
So through the chair, so the $10,000 that we put forward for a volunteer event, it really hasn't gone beyond that, but it was just kind of coming out of some of the conversations around the table that, hey, we should be celebrating volunteers more. They don't feel appreciated. So, and so we said, well, we'll earmark $10,000 if council agrees to it, and then we'll plan an event. Is that in conjunction with the awards? It could be, or it could be two separate events. And then the volunteer coordinator not necessarily would overtake what's going on in recreation, because recreation already has a well built out system. It would just kind of support them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell and then Councillor Keel.
This is a tough one because I recognize some of the challenges that we have at the CAO and clerk level. My confusion or concern is that, you know, we're having 20% of that individual's time performing more of an administrative duty, right? It's just more administration. Ensuring that we have a robust volunteer program and that we have volunteers at the ready. Again, that's more of an administration component. I know that, you know, when I was working, that would be a mid-level type of activity. A wise man once told me, this was actually the CEO of CNL, said, based on the work activities, we got to make sure that they're aligned with the pay rate, the pay grades, right? So I need to understand, or I would like to better understand in terms of the activities that could be done at a lower level, resulting in less costs to the organization, still having the capability to perform those activities, but maybe not at that level. So that's my struggle right now. And I think the coordinator position to me should be a lower position. You know, there's struggles in terms of, well, I'll use examples. The OPP to try and get a police check right now is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. My wife is going through it right now, and it's absolutely absurd. To the point where people can't actually do the work that they need to do. So I would expect this coordinator would be managing all those types of things. So it's more of a coordination or administration job, and not so much a higher level. So I would consider if I had a better understanding in terms of what that 20% was, and not for coordinating volunteers. I think coordinating volunteers should be a volunteer position to coordinate volunteers. And we need to have one dedicated individual that's really motivated, that really wants to coordinate, understand a little bit how we can, and we haven't put that ask out. We really haven't. So until we do that, I just feel that that's something that we can kind of generate along the way. But I do hear you, Dave. I understand the pressures, and I do think that we need to do more advocacy. I totally agree. It's just that I'll also look at the impact in terms of $106,000 plus benefits, training, space, et cetera, adds up. And that's a cost that's fixed through permanent employment. So I just caution that. So I just need to understand a little bit more in terms of, if we didn't agree with that 20%, what other activities, high-level activities, you know, so that way there's some sort of balancing. And could some of this administrative pieces be divvied off in terms of the coordinator position to lower level employees?
Okay, through the chair, I'm trying to unpack the question. Yeah, like the coordinator position of it was more to do with, you know, not, you know, ensuring that someone is in a location and doing the work. It's more the kind of the policies, the you know, ensuring, say, an organization that is renting facilities are following best practices in regards to screening volunteers and making sure that those are all checks or and balances are put in place. It would be coordinating. I had a really great discussion with the executive director for Volunteers Canada, which is fortunate to be living in the city of Pembroke. You know, it is a role that they see that is happening more so. So kind of pairing that with the deputy clerk, The deputy clerk, we also see as more administration, like doing the minutes, doing the agendas, and taking those roles away from what currently is the clerk is doing, so that the clerk then could take some of my roles so that I could do the more advocacy. So that's where the kind of it feathers down. The 106 quoted, is that with benefits included? Yeah, so that's all in with the benefits and everything.
Tree,
Could we not look at having a dedicated admin assistant to the, instead of calling it a deputy clerk, like a dedicated administrative assistant to the clerk?
Yeah, we could look at it. It'd be similar, like job description, like. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to take a look at it, but yeah, it really is another admin position. Yeah.
thank you. It's 10:30. We'll take a 15-minute break, then we'll come back, and Councillor Keel will lead off. Continue this discussion, okay? Thank you. Welcome back to our day one of our City of Pembroke Finance and Administration Committee budget meeting. We'll continue where we left off last before the break. We're in the administration section discussing deputy clerk position, and Councillor Keel has the floor.
Oh. With respect to the lottery licenses, I understand that the province kind of handed that over to municipalities so that we could earn some extra revenue, but ours seems low to me, just based on the number of 50/50s that occur here and those kinds of things. Is it low? Are we enforcing the fact that you, and I'm not trying to nickel and dime organizations, but the whole reason for it is that municipalities can earn some revenue. So why is ours so low?
So through the chair, so our actuals for 2025 are low because we did change our policy. So historically, unlike other municipalities, we were charging the full amount for Catch the Ace at the onset of the lottery license application. But then if it went early, we would give them back the money and base it on actual, like the actual amount of money they received and the actual winnings. So we did reach out to other municipalities because not everybody does the credit, but they do handle the Catch the Ace differently. And they do essentially do the Catch the Ace month by month. So that's how we're treating Catch the Ace now. So that would impact the Legion. Because their Catch the Ace, I think, is small enough to be a municipal lottery as opposed to an Ontario lottery license. But we are collecting based on, so now that we've changed that policy, we are collecting and not providing credits based on the AGCO regs, which is 3%. We present 3% of proceeds come to the municipality to help administer the lottery license. I will say for the smaller lotteries, it's really like we do take a loss on it because they do take quite a bit to administer, regardless of, even for a small lottery, it takes the same amount of time, but that's all we're allowed to charge.
Okay. With respect to the change in the phone lines, are we going to have a backup system if our internet goes down? If instead of like copper telephone wires, it's internet based?
So through the chair, so we do have backup internet right now at the fire hall with Starlink. So if our internet here goes down, it does automatically roll over to Starlink, so we don't lose service. Okay. So the only instance where we might lose phone lines is if the service itself goes down. So we did discuss that with both the CAO and the fire chief from an emergency management point of view. But because we all have cell phones, and our cell phones are on the emergency highway, so we don't lose service. We felt that was sufficient as a backup.
I was more concerned about people calling and finding a dead city hall. So yeah, less about, I guess, management, but more about public service. So it's good that we have a backup. So with respect to the deputy clerk position, I mean, I'm still struggling with it and not sold on it. To me, I don't even see it as a deputy clerk position. When I look in the municipal act of what a clerk does, this seems to me to be more of a deputy CAO or an admin to the CAO. In terms of the volunteer thing, that just to me kind of came out of nowhere. Councillor Lafreniere raised some really good points, and while this is not the venue to debate it, and I can't say that I've found a whole lot of time to sit down with Councillor Lafreniere over the last 3 years. I mean, the civic awards and that, I think it might be time to take a look at it. I mean, we have a very strange I don't know, from my, again, I don't want to get into a full debate on the civic awards, but they're very volunteer based. Like, you know, we don't have a business excellent award at our civic awards. Like, there's areas that to me are strange. In theory, you know, in theory, a mayor doesn't have any prerogative powers, but every now and then and I've asked if there was a bylaw on this, and the answer that I was told was we don't think so. Every now and then, the mayor pulls a mayor's award out of his pocket. I don't know what authorizes that. I guess some night I could have a Councillor Keel award. The key to the city also seems to be in the mayor's power without any consultation with council. So I think the whole system and getting into the volunteer so if anything, if we did have a new position, one of the first things I would actually like them to look at is to kind of pull all that together, because I think Councillor Lafreniere is right that our volunteer and our civic awards and everything is in strange silos across all of City Hall and the mayor's office and any number of things. But again, is that a clerk's job? Well, I don't think that's a clerk's job to be doing volunteer stuff. So, I mean, I guess if we're going to have a position, I just want to, and to be honest, Mr. Unruh, you almost muddied the water more for me with your last comment in response to Councillor Purcell. Councillor Troy is what I was going to say. When you said like it would be taking things off of the clerk's table so that the clerk could take things off of your table. And I just feel like at this point, your whole office, I don't know what our clerk is doing in terms of clerking. I don't know, like it just seems the CAO position, I'm going to say the CAO office and the clerk's office is just kind of, I don't know what's going on. I don't actually know who's doing what where. There was a suggestion, again, I think it was Councillor Purcell, that, you know, this almost seems like an administrative support position as opposed to a deputy clerk. And I think I would kind of agree to that, which is why then I would be wondering what the pay scale should be. So I realize there's no question here, but I guess I'm just saying to you that right now, the whole thing to me is just muddy and I'm not sold on it yet. And I don't know, I know you're not here tomorrow, but there's other ways to communicate and through Angela. I mean, I guess I kind of just want to know what structure the second floor of this city hall is taking under this new design, because I don't actually find it quite clear and I don't support such a highly paid new position. So is there a way for us to have a lesser position than a deputy clerk, which again, I'm not even seeing them doing much clerking. So I'll just throw that back to you in terms of my concerns.
CEO, did you want to comment?
Yeah, we could certainly take a look what duties that we initially had assigned to that position and see what could be stripped out of there that could be provided to, say, like maybe a senior administration role. And come back. Would we come back to council, or are you suggesting that you're going to? No, I'm not going to say that you're going to approve something, but yeah, so it's certainly one thing that we could look at. You know, I think you know, the frustration that we're feeling is that there's a lot of example administration work that is being done out of the clerk's office that could be done at a lower level. Say, similar to what you're talking about in regards to, you know, having the job match, the pay match, you know, what they're doing. And so there certainly is a lot of more strategic and, you know, helping out with the legal and things like that the clerk's office could be doing. But they're busy with some of the minute administration stuff. And so, yeah, if it's a deputy clerk or if it's a senior administration role, whatever it could take to kind of pull that away from the clerk and myself.
Councillor Keough.
So I think if you went in that direction, I would be more with you. And I know you and I spoke, I think like a couple years ago, that I was keen to take some of the little things off of your desk, because I did see you, attending I don't want to say what they were, but there were certain meetings that were frequent that I really didn't think rose to your level. They were a concern for the municipality, but I don't know that they needed that much of your attention. And certainly some of the homelessness prevention and some stuff like that rose to your level, which my thought was that didn't necessarily need your full attention. So I'm not opposed to somebody supporting you and somebody supporting our clerk, especially knowing that this year our clerk is going to have the elections. And while I wasn't at City Hall for any past election, I'm going to take a wild guess that it is a lot of work. And I mean a lot of work. So I recognize that. So hearing your comments, I do think that's going in a better direction than what I'm getting from your current vision and what we had last year. Because I would like you actually to be spending time in Ottawa, spending time in Toronto, doing the higher level things, meeting with the county. There's some shared service agreements that I think could probably use your attention. So I absolutely agree with that thing, and that's why I've been saying it for a couple of years. I just haven't been sold yet on where we're going about it. And I'm now thinking in my head from a procedural perspective that I guess I would throw at you and the treasurer, which is that if we're going to be dealing with the budget on the 16th, I suppose there's, in theory, no reason that things can't be added and whatnot to the list of motions on the 16th, if that gave you more time to formulate something. Obviously, I think the idea is we pass an omnibus motion of all the motions from these 2 days, but that motion, I presume, could also be amended to add something to it, almost like a Christmas tree on the 16th. So if you and the treasurer thought that that is a possibility, then that might buy you some more time on a major issue. I'm hoping we don't spend all of December 16th adding 400 things to it, but this to me is a major thing, and I would like you to put in the time and come back to us if you're getting from this table that we're keen to support you, just not as big in a way as you're doing now.
I mean the 15th. Right. Yes, go ahead.
Do you want? Could we recess for maybe a couple of minutes? Because I think the treasurer has some information.
Okay, we'll call a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
Welcome back to after our break, to our City of Pembroke Finance Administration Budget Meeting, Day 1. We're continuing on the administration section, and I'll give the floor to the treasurer.
Okay, so the CAO and myself discussed offline about the possibility of changing the position to an administrative position, assistant level. Of course, the job description would have to be modified to ensure that it meets the scoring required for a position like that through our pay equity review process. But we feel we could make some adjustments to better align with that type of classification. The 2026 savings for that type of change would be $12,625, and the full year, based on the 2025 budget, would be $18,940 in savings. So that's salary and benefits together.
Questions, comments? So the new salary figure would be what?
So it would be a reduction of 12,625. I'd have to.
Okay. Councillor Keel?
My only question is, Mr. Enright, do we think that might not be everything you want, but will it work, and is that something that would work for you?
Yeah, through the chair, we can definitely change the job description to meet that requirement.
Madam Treasurer, what would a motion look like? Because that's obviously changing multiple lines, or is that something that you want to come up with, and then I could move it later in the day?
So I would just say that you move to alter the position to a lower classification for a $12,625 savings, and then we can work it out on the back end what lines that applies to.
Madam Clerk, can I move that without repeating it? Correct. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Giacono? Motion on the floor, discussion? Councillor Giacono?
Mr. Chair, sometimes I think we're our own worst enemies. You know, we create new programs which require, people to take on an additional role, whether it's in recreation or, we're talking about a 3P project where you're going to have this massive building, whether it's transit. I think we have to be cautious whenever we consider something for the future, that we're also considering the taxpayers in the long run. Everybody wants to have the perfect community, but it's all boils down to matters and cents with dollars. But our senior leader team needs support. Thank you.
Councillor Frenier, then Councillor Keel.
I think on the heels, through the chair, on the heels of Councillor Giacono's comments, sometimes it's not this council that makes those decisions that puts that extra pressure. Societal demands have been really heavy for anyone holding any kind of position with the city, across the country, across the world. The CAO is expected to attend many different meetings now when it comes to homelessness and are vulnerable. So that takes so much time, and it takes a lot of passion too. So it's things we can't help, and it is the world we live in right now, unfortunately. So hopefully this change to this position will still offer you the support you need. Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
I think Councillor Giacono might have just come up with a great idea, whether he knows it or not. When we get our staff reports, it tells us about financial expectations and whatnot. When something's being proposed that's outside of the norm and something additional is being asked, could we get in our report staffing considerations? And I'm not asking the CAO to, get down to hourly, this is going to be but whether or not it meets within our current staffing abilities, whether it would strain staffing abilities. Like, I'm wondering, when we're getting a new initiative or something, is that something that we could that we could get the staff's perspective on as to whether it meets within their current abilities or whether it's additional work or whatnot, because I think that might help us along the way. As Councillor Lafreniere just said, some things the people are asking for and it sounds good and you always like to say yes, but maybe we need some more speed bumps, and I believe that's what the financial section is there for. But maybe we need the staffing considerations as well if staff aren't feeling that we're necessarily appreciating, and it's not that we don't, but in the moment that we might be missing something. Is that something that we could have reported on in a general, like, I don't want to add more work to you, but something that could be a comment that could be made?
Yeah, through the chair, and you probably have seen it but not noticed it. Certainly some of the directors have already included that at times. But it's certainly one thing that I'll talk to the clerk, is that if it's another line item or if it maybe can be added into the financial and that. But the one thing that we really try to do is in regards to the capital. So, sometimes you get this grant for free money, and it's not free money because what about the operation and maintenance? And so I know Director Drochet has been, good in regards to saying, okay, well, that's free money, but, the operation and maintenance, and, yeah, we don't need a new person right now, but, maybe a year from now we might need some. So, yeah, we'll definitely take that offline and see how we could incorporate that, but a really great idea.
Thank you. So a motion on the floor. Call the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next item. Any more comments or questions on the administration section? Councillor Purcell.
Thank you. I just want to understand a little bit more in terms of line item 73 for subcontracts. So the expectation for the $100,000 in the budget. I know that when you were speaking, it said more or less to help select the financial system replacement. That's a 3-year project. So I guess my question is what is the overall cost, not for implementation, but to get the system? I just think $100,000 to help select. I mean, I don't know a lot about municipal financial systems, but I do know something about financial systems. That usually there's a top 3 or 4, and it's just identifying which one would actually work for you. So it's not like there's 1,000 different choices. So I'm just wondering, like $100,000 seems like a lot of dollars to help select a financial replacement system, and we're not that complex compared to some other organizations as well. Thank you.
Through the chair. So this is, so essentially to replace the financial system is estimated between $350,000 and $500,000. So this initial $100,000 would cover the project manager plus some of the software costs. So it's just like year 1 of 3, and then we'll have another 100,000 next year and another 100,000 the year after that to try to phase it in over a few years. Because I don't anticipate that we'd necessarily pay the full pop this year if we did select something, because we wouldn't actually be using it for a few years. We'd probably pay on a percentage of completion point of view for the rollout. So it's just a kind of a year 1 of 3 type budget situation.
Thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something, because I mean, just the selection process alone, it would seem a little high for the selection process alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. Any other questions or comments on the min section? With that, we'll move on to election. Madam Treasurer.
So the election budget is on page 16. So we have essentially the same budget as 2025. So we've been putting $15,000 away every year into a reserve to pay for our actual election. And we pay an additional $2,000 for voter list information. So no change in the budget for 2026, and there will be enough money in the reserve to cover the election itself.
Councillor Keel.
Seeing as how there's going to be an election in 2026, shouldn't there be expenses in this budget?
Yeah, I'll add an in and out for that.
But like, shouldn't we see things on the lines here?
Yeah, we didn't have a real breakdown the last time we did the election, so there's probably a lot of lines we can hide because it's mostly software expenses.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I'll correct that. It'll still be the same bottom line, but it will have more of an in and out in it, like
Okay.
transfer from reserve and then some expenses.
Okay, and then my second question is, Your Worship, close your ears. Now that we have strong mayor powers, in the event of an unexpected vacancy, we now have to have an election. There's no ability to appoint temporarily for the remainder of the term. Is that something that we should be planning for, like we have, we spent the last 4 years building up this election budget? Or is that something that we would just hope doesn't happen and eat the cost if it were to have? Again, this is new because of the strong mayor powers mandating an election. Because I think in many years we would probably choose to just appoint a qualified person and ride out the term, but we can't do that anymore. We have to have an election. So that would be an unexpected cost, and I'm just wondering if it would be prudent to have money set aside for that, or if the treasurer thinks that balancing the likelihood of that happening, and I don't know if it ever has in Pembroke, to be honest. Not that I can remember, where a mayor, but again, it's just a question of should we be that prudent, or is that something we think we would just want to suck up somehow if it were to happen?
Through the chair. So the current approach, if that was to happen, is that we would take everything that was in reserve and use it. And if we needed to, if the expenses were higher than that, then that would be an in-year pressure that we'd have to manage, is how we have it structured right now.
Giacono?
A very interesting observation, Councillor Gill. If there are 15 people running for one position in a by-election, would we have a ballpark figure? Like, what would that cost? Any idea? I don't mean to put you on the spot. You probably don't know because it's fairly new, the legislation, but to run an election costs us what? Total of X number of dollars?
So through the chair, so we do budget for $60,000 for an election.
Okay. And would we presume that $60,000 would be the same amount of money for a by-election? You still have to run an election, you have to have counts, you have to have staffing.
So my observation, Councillor Giacono, is when Toronto ended up in this position this term, their observation was a by-election cost the same as an election. And I don't know if the number of candidates would affect that much, but that was their observation, and that's actually kind of where my line of thinking came from, was that they felt that the by-election was the same as an election.
So I'll have the clerk, Ms. Charbonneau, speak.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Councillor Keel is correct because you still have to go through the same process. You still have to provide your voter software. You have to mail out all your voter information cards and offer polls. So yes, it would be, my estimation would also cost approximately $60,000, just less administration with candidates in general.
Mr. Chair, it's too bad the mayor couldn't rescind that and just appoint somebody through the strong mayor's power. We could save 60 grand, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on election section? Seeing none, we'll move on to human resources and purchasing. Madam Treasurer.
So this budget covers both the Human Resources Department and the Deputy Treasurer Purchasing Department over at Operations. So overall, we're not seeing any really large changes on the first page. So we're on page 17 of the budget. Just a few minor adjustments. some additional membership, subscription savings. The only thing that's really changed is that's substantial is on page 18, where the cost of computer programming, which includes our Microsoft 365, Adobe, and HR is My Way software licensing, is increasing by $3,000. But other than that, this budget is actually decreasing by $2,400 compared to last year. So I'll just pause if there's any questions.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to, Councillor Lafreniere, yes.
Just through the chair. Again, another line, volunteer recognition, 45, on page 18. So I'm just, again, it is it's in such segments. There seems to be a little bit of volunteer recognition in many parts. So something that could possibly be streamlined going forward is one person to handle it for all departments and all type of things. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. So we'll move on to municipal property. Madam Treasurer.
So municipal property covers the various properties of the city that aren't related to either operations specifically or recreation. So here we have the costs for City Hall, Victoria Hall, the Farmers Market, but we don't really anticipate any cost next year, the Former Fire Hall or the Grind, as well as any other general municipality, which includes the annex across the street from the former Fire Hall. Overall, we're not seeing, there's only a couple, I guess, large changes. So as we'll see in the capital budget, we are planning some renovations for City Hall to make room for more staff. We're really, we've eaten into all the extra meeting rooms we can. We're really struggling with space right now. So we are proposing, because we think it's going to be a light year for repairs and maintenance, is to upgrade some of the furniture and equipment at City Hall. So we're just transferring that budget between the two lines. Again, we haven't done that in quite some time. For Victoria Hall, we're not anticipating any large changes. But circling back to the question that Councillor Keel had about the rent, so on page 19, line 34, the $14,000 is the property rental payment received from the active 50+ center, which works out to be, I think it's going to be, it's around $1,200 plus HST a month that they pay, which I believe is for parking spaces that they have. To help offset the cost of snow removal. For the former Fire Hall and the Grind, we're seeing a $50,000 decrease in the expected amount of legal fees in 2026. That's related to a potential insurance deductible that we have with a claim going through insurance. In terms of other municipal property, we are seeing a small increase in revenues for CPI adjustments related to our Rogers Tower, as well as a small increase for our ORPC rent, which we still need to finalize. And again, just some minor adjustments. So we do have a new line on line 74 for tipping fees. So with all of the changes in recycling, the recycling generated by city operations is non-eligible, so we'll have to pay for that recycling. So we've added that extra charge estimated by the operations department into the other municipal property line in this budget. Overall, the budget is decreasing by $56,518 compared to 2026.
Questions, comments, motions on the municipal property section? Councillor Keel.
What furniture upgrades are we looking at?
Well, We could be looking at this room.
which I think this council said no to twice.
Yep.
So no.
So we also have some furniture upgrades we could do in some of the offices. Because we haven't had that in a while, and there's been an increase in requests for sit-stand desks across the organization.
So if we took this room out of consideration, would we be able to drop that 42,000?
I guess the issue is that the issue with cutting it now is we're going to have to increase it once the renovations are done, because we're going to be back to needing funding for repairs and maintenance. So in our repairs and maintenance line, we're currently looking at our second floor carpeting, but I don't know if the budget in that section is going to be big enough to do the whole amount that we need to do.
So how do I say no to new furniture in this room without actually changing anything?
Yeah.
Or do we just want to go around the table and have the two of you get our thoughts on that one? Because I'm still not in favor of, I mean, the stuff in this room works.
I guess from the staff's point of view, the furniture in this room doesn't work, because we do need to use this room for other purposes, because we don't have a lot of space. This is where we do a lot of our marriages, which we're making quite a bit of money on now. And they're very heavy to move. So like us as staff having to drag them around to try to reorient the room every time we need to do something is difficult. So for us, like, we would like to see more flexible furniture that we can kind of roll in and out and around, so that if we want to have different training, if we want to have different types of meetings, we can easily adjust the layout of this room, which we can't do right now. And I have hurt my back moving these desks before,
So I
although I
guess-
have not put a claim in.
So I guess from a prior discussion, like it was once said, you know, maybe we would get desks like they have at the fire hall, which I think would extraordinarily cheapen the look of this room. And this being our council chamber, we wanted to have a austere, proper look to meet as Councillor Giacono always says, you know, this is a council chamber, and you know, we're here to, you know, be respectful and you know, to have a certain amount of integrity here. And then it was discussed that if we wanted to get nice stuff, it would cost a lot more. So I guess all I'm saying is I don't know. Are we going to be consulted on things if we're moving forward? Because we have twice said no to changing the furniture in here. I'm still not sold on changing the furniture in here. And it's not that I don't trust staff. I absolutely trust staff, but I don't want to suddenly show up one day and say, well, it was in the budget. So I guess that's I don't even want to say concern. I'm not concerned. It's just, you know, I had to ask a question to have you tell me that it might be furniture in here after we've said no twice. So I don't know. We're talking a lot about our furniture that we're sitting at.
Mr. Giacono?
Mr. Chair, as long as I've been around here, and I think next year will be 26 years, I've been sitting at a desk of this caliber. I notice chips, you know, people come here, they'll pull their sweater. The Formica is let go. Staff is having difficulty moving things. I certainly wouldn't want to see anybody get hurt and be off work. God knows it's hard enough to get people now, and we're going to create another position. So I think we really have to look at it from us, you know, just from the perspective that I know what you're saying, Councillor Keel, trying to save the taxpayers some money, but we got to move with the ages. This is like, would you have your kitchen table 26 years? You'd probably change some furniture in your house, you know? Would you have a couch for 26 years? Is it functional? Yes, it's functional. You can sit here, you can put your paper there. Is it functional for moving it? No, it isn't. It's heavy, it's cumbersome, it's awkward. So I think on that particular item, we're going to have to look at that. That's my opinion about changing it.
Councillor Purcell, then Councillor Frenier.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Councillor Giacono as well. I mean, if they're utilizing the room and wanting to make it as functional as possible, these are not easy desks to relocate and move, that's for sure. That being said, you know, I would rather spend dollars in terms of upgrading furniture than WSIB or sick leave costs. So I mean, I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's not like we're changing the furniture every 5 years, but I do think it's time for a makeover. And maybe we can have HGTV come in and do us a council makeover. Thank you.
Councillor Lafreniere, then Mayor Gervais, and then I'll comment on that also.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that Mayor Jackno, how's the last time you heard that? Councillor Jackno. Yeah, same thing. It'll be 26 years for me next year as well, next year as well. And I see, as he said that, all these little cracks. And I mean, I would definitely be replacing it if it was in my home for 26 years and looked like this. So mostly because of staff, though. Like, it doesn't bother me. I sit here, you know, a couple of times, you know, a few times a month. But it is you that has to move it and deal with it. And we do use it for many different things. So we even had socials in here years ago. I know if we were tight for meeting someone, and they'd come into here and we'd have some munchies. And anyway, yeah, so I agreed to remove it the last 2 years, but I think it is time. It is time.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you. So on this one, I'm in Councillor Keel's camp. I can tell you that a number of years ago downstairs, staff wanted to change some things and so forth. And the only thing that sold it to me on that at that time was that they wanted to create a room so that if I wanted to come in and complain about my taxes, which is relevant to today, there was an actual room that they could take me into, a room so that we weren't having it out in the main lobby downstairs. It was for confidentiality purposes. So there was a reason for it that was more than aesthetics. I can tell you that, have I received a communication from an individual that said, I am not getting married in your city hall, it's outdated, it's wood, and so forth? And I said, well, you should go to a courthouse and you'll find out it's wood, it looks like that, and I quite frankly like that. I said, you know, when you go to church, is it wood, is it older looking? Yes, it is. And so don't get married then, or go get married in a church. But in any event, so I'm in Councillor Keel's camp in this particular one, where it's not, I know what Councillor Giacono was saying, and yes, I probably changed my kitchen table and so forth a couple times over 20 years. It was my money that changed that table. This is not my money. This is the ratepayers' money, and so I don't support. Yes, let's change out the desks and so forth. Is it ideal? No. Is there ways of making this more accessible and so forth for staff in terms of casters or whatever on the bottom of the legs so that they can be shifted around easier? I believe there is. I have them underneath my fridge to move my fridge around. Anyways, I'm in Councillor Keel's camp on this one.
So I'll speak
Yeah, go ahead.
if I can. So the words that come to mind, I know we put this on the back burner the last few years, but when I hear that it's used for weddings and other activities, and I hear hurt back, I think of the words occupational safety and hazard, and furniture today needs to be functionality. And we have an historic building here, and there's only so much space. So I'm going to support the amount. It might be less than 42,000 for upgrades, but we want to protect our employees' health. And like Councillor Purcell said, you don't want a WSIB claim. You know, these things are heavy. And I've delivered furniture for years, sofa beds, desks, everything, and you know these are heavy. You don't want to hurt your back, so I'm going to support the line item. Or the front. Okay. Any more questions or comments on the municipal property section? Okay, we'll move on to fire department.
Okay, so the fire department's budget starts on page 22. In the first section is the administrative staff wages, which increase with the cost of living adjustments. We are still paying down debt on the new fire hall. In terms of revenues, we are expecting to increase the recovery of costs through miscellaneous fees for an extra $29,500, and we also have set aside some contingency money in a transfer from reserves of $50,000 to offset any mediation and arbitration costs that may arise from collective bargaining with the Pembroke Firefighters Association, which will take place sometime in 2026.
Yeah, through the chair, it's scheduled to start in late January, early February.
The fire hall itself is estimating to have a slight increase in the building's repair and maintenance, and they have already gone over budget in 2025 with necessary repairs. On the next page, on line 23, you're going to see the offset to that 50,000 on line 76 for arbitration costs. And again, there's a potential, so we just want to make sure we recognize that some funding might be needed if the negotiations go that way. On the next page, 24, we are seeing some increased maintenance that's going to be required on some of the fire equipment. The uniform firefighters, again, we've estimated an increase in their wages, but ultimately that will be determined through negotiations. For training, not a lot of, the only change in this section is the exploration of a new dispatch service for the fire service, which is considered a safety issue, and then we have budgeted $70,000 for that in 2026. On the next page, page 25, the hydrant maintenance is a recovery from the water budget, and we are seeing a $20,000 increase in that expected cost. Overall, for emergency preparedness, we are seeing a decrease in expected costs of $39,100. But the summer student that we had in, I think in 2025 was definitely a success and something we want to continue into 2026. We have included in the non-recurring, which is on page 26, $30,000 estimated as some setup fees for dispatching, a new dispatch service. We have included a $30,000 study to meet the regulatory requirements of OREG 378/18 for a community risk assessment. And we have increased the transfer to reserves for the fire department by $35,000. So we've increased it from $248,000 to $283,000. But ultimately, we should be contributing $414,700 to truly meet the financial requirements of replacing our fleet for the fire department. So this is something that will require steady increasing over the next several years to close that gap. And I will pass things over to the chief if there's anything he would like to add to his budget.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Madam Treasurer. This year, I did take a hard look at the budget, and of course, I was going to say that this year was a difficult budget year. I feel that every year is a difficult budget year. But also too, with what Mayor Gervais said this morning about the ratepayers, I am also a ratepayer in the city of Pembroke. So trying to weigh both my personal life and my professional life, I've decided that certain things are required at the fire department to move the department forward at this time on the operational and equipment side of things, and that's why there's no deputy chief in the budget for 2026. However, that being said, I don't want to
lessen the importance of the deputy chief's position, and it will be coming back in 2027 for council to revisit.
Questions, comments, motions? Councillor Giacono.
I just want to thank the chief for that observation. I mean, tough times take tough decisions, and I appreciate that, chief. You know, we're all taxpayers too. We live here and we understand the, you know, the inequities sometimes of what you need and what you need to have to happen. And it's a fine balancing act, but I thank you for that. And I'm glad to see that you haven't given up, which shows that you have some grit and you'll bring it back next time. So the council of the day will have to consider that. Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
Two questions. One is, why is the hydrant maintenance going up 30-some%? And then there's a, it looks like a one-time very large sick leave payout. I'm wondering if someone could explain that one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the sick leave payout is for a retiree in 2026. And as far as the hydrant maintenance goes, that does fall under the water department. So perhaps Marielle would be able to help me out on that. But if you do look in, I think it does stay in line with the actual budgets over the last few years, the cost of the hydrant maintenance.
So through the chair, so the increase is based on the 2025 actuals because we have spent so far in 2025 over 55,000 in labor for hydrant activities, and we had only budgeted 38,500 in 2025. So it's directly related to labor costs for that activity.
Thank you. Councillor Giacono.
Mr. Chair, through you to the chief, hydrant maintenance, et cetera, does that fall under operations, or we have concerns about hydrants actually, you know, rusting away at the bottom, breaking? You had those issues with the fire department in the past?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, I think those issues are curtailed by the actual maintenance that the operations department does put into maintaining the hydrants. So as far as having hydrant failures, I've never witnessed one in my career. So touch wood, you know. And I think that this it's a very important aspect of the day-to-day operations of the city.
Councillor Purcell.
Thanks, Chair and Chief. Just want to understand that the $30,000 for the OREG 378-18 regulatory requirement. So that risk assessment, it needs to be performed every 5 years. Is this an ongoing ask going forward, like in terms of like every 5 years, it will result in a consultant utilizing to do the assessment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it will not. Okay, the intent of the community risk assessment, and I did have plans on completing it in 2025. However, with budget discussions going the way they did last year, time sort of wasn't available to dedicate to this. So the community risk assessment does have to be done according to the legislation. And the intent is to develop it and then revisit it within the municipality. So every few years, we would ensure that it's updated and it is accurate, and then it would be brought back to council again for council's review. But as far as ongoing costs for consultation, no.
Okay, so then prior, every 5-year period, it would just be fire department would update that risk assessment? Because I know there's an annual update and then there's a 5-year risk assessment that has to take place. So you just update the original risk assessment, including any other hazards, building hazards, those kinds of things.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on the fire department? Thank you, Chief. Seeing none, we'll move on to policing. Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so policing, so the amount in the package is not as, the reality is not as bad as what's in here, because line 24 contract number has changed with the receipt of the OPP annual billing statement. Overall, we are continuing to pay, to make debt payments on the construction of the new police building. We do continue to need to maintain this building, so overall, we're looking at an increase of cost to maintain the building of $16,745, which is spread over materials, property taxes, repairs and maintenance, as well as contract services for the building. We did receive some grants. So we did receive, and I can't remember what MCRT stands for, but we do expect to incur some kind of one-time costs related to that grant in 2026. And originally, we had looked to use our $50,000 police reserve to offset the contract increase, but I will be looking at using that reserve instead to offset the 2025 cost increase. So I'll pass that back for any questions.
Councillor Frenier?
Yeah, through you, the property rent for OPP. I know this just started a few years back, and I'm grateful that the negotiations resulted in revenue to the city. I'm just wondering, it's changed again. It's always evolving. The OPP is always evolving. And the users in our building are always increasing, to be honest. Do we have anything in that agreement, because I don't believe I've ever seen it, in the rental agreement, that allows for increases due to more usage in our building? Because I know the usage has increased again since we negotiated this agreement. So I guess I'd be directing this to the CAO, because I believe he was the negotiator on that rental agreement. But I know that things have changed again with the different boards and things, and I know that I think something's changed between Killaloo joining. I don't know. I think the building's being used a lot more is what I'm asking. Is there any clause in our rental agreement that says we can open it up to change if the building's being used more by other municipalities?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd have to take a look at the agreement to see what's in there in regards to like reevaluating it. I know they were very open to the last time that we reevaluated and changed the usage based on like the percentage that was Ottawa Valley versus what was strictly Pembroke. So yeah, we can certainly take a look at it. And take a look at I guess first we'd take a look at the use,
Yes.
and then see what's in the agreement.
Yeah.
But usually the facility group that manages that on behalf of the OPP are pretty forthcoming,
Yes.
with that. They're maybe not always quick, but they're always open to those
Okay,
discussions.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gil?
Just piggybacking off of that one, I just went back up and looked in the payments in lieu of taxes on page 10, which generally are staying the same every year. Have we approached any of those in terms of seeking more money? Like, for instance, I know the town of Deep River went through an extensive exercise with the federal government to suggest that that AECL is worth a lot more than what the feds had calculated it as. So this is more of a generalized question, piggybacking off of Councillor Lafreniere, which is, have we knocked on any of these doors to suggest that it's time for some increases, or?
So through the chair, so some municipalities hire a property assessment expert has experience with PIL type properties to review how much the assessment is and determine whether or not it's fair or not, and then kind of go back to MPAC and kind of challenge the assessment. So there are fees associated with that, but that is something, if the city felt that the amounts were undervalued, we could do. If we were to do something like that, I would suggest waiting till the reassessment comes about, because, you know, whatever we would look at wouldn't last very long. So that's something that I could take a look at, you know, once the province announces a reassessment. And they could also look at some high value commercial properties as well. I guess the sticking point for me when it comes to payment in lieu is the heads and beds, because it's been the same amount of money that we've received what feels like since the dawn of time. So that's the tax revenue that we receive for the college and the hospital has not increased in many years. And I know that when the mayor asks, you know, what are some things that he could talk about with our MPP, that when it comes to finances, that is something that I mention. I don't think it necessarily goes anywhere, but I mean, I think that's a sore point across all municipalities in Ontario is that hasn't been increased when, you know, it should be. I mean, we're all facing inflation. So I will, you know, perhaps the mayor could add some context to that.
Mayor Gervais?
Simply to say that certainly there's a number of different conversations with the MPP or when we go to Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus to try and advocate for things like that. I know that in terms of the college and the freeze that they've had since I want to say 2019 is what I was looking at yesterday. So just simply trying to advocate that even on the college front, because often the CAO knows we'll go to bat for the hospital, we'll go to bat for the college to push the province in terms of trying to get funding for those organizations. So if you're then asking the college or asking that there be an increase in terms of funding, like I'm going to pick on the college a couple times there, the province hasn't even budged in terms of the freeze in terms of funding towards the college, let alone how much the city is not getting the appropriate amount of tax. So it's unfortunate. Is it lost on me? Is it lost on Mr. Unruh and so forth? No. And so every chance we get having a conversation with MPPs, is including our own, it's to try and advance that. There's certain disparities in the province of Ontario that they just haven't looked at certain things for a long time, and it's collectively, again, I keep picking on Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus or the Warden's Caucus. It's to try and advocate for those things and constantly push the province so that they recognize it's an issue. I think they do recognize an issue, and that's why they're being standoffish about it, just being honest. But it's to constantly advocate for it and say, guys, you got to pay attention to this one. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Police Services Board, then we'll break for lunch for 30 minutes. Madam Treasurer?
So the Police Service Board budget is on page 29. Overall, their budget is proposed to be increased by $1,500, with $2,000 additional funding going towards electronic surveillance equipment. And perhaps the mayor can add some background to their budget.
Sure. So in a large respect, it's effectively status quo in terms of the council knows or ought to know that in terms of the electronic surveillance program, that certainly there's a program together with operations pushing out surveillance in various portions of the city. Do I think it's working smarter, not harder? Yes. Do I believe that in consultation with Mr. Lewis, talking to him about how much is being utilized by the OPP, it's being very well utilized by the OPP in terms of having that type of system, not only then for them, but for the operations department in terms of knowing what the weather is and so forth, so that an individual doesn't have to come into the city of Pembroke to see how much snow there is and do we meet minimum maintenance standards. They can use the cameras to ascertain certain things like that. So in any event, the program continues to roll out in different portions of the city in working together with the OPP in terms of needs of not only the operations department, but that of the police force.
just to add, if I could speak with the chair, just add a comment. Community Watch program is very appreciative of some of the expenses that are spent on promotion and signage for the Community Watch zones. We appreciate the relation, the partnership. Any questions on Police Service Board? Councillor Purcell?
One question in regards to chair's use, swag donations, etc. What is chair's use? Is it the swag and the what donations? Donations to what? I mean, no other chair has that as part of their committee.
So
Expenses.
perhaps the language isn't the most ideal language on that line item. So the board will discuss purchasing different things. In some instances, it's scrapers. In other instances, it's flashing armbands so as to provide for safety of the residents when they're out and about.
Police board.
The police board always puts in a booth, I'll call it a booth, at Community Expo. It might be pens, so it's part promotion, part safety, but the board meets and discusses different items in terms of purchasing different items, and I'd leave it to Madam Treasurer. I can't tell you whether it's that line item or the other line item, so when when the Deputy Mayor speaks of the partnership between the Community Watch Program and the Police Services Board, so when a new zone is established, there's signage. The signage is purchased through the Ops Department, but that's not free. And so that has to show up somewhere. There's literature that from time to time is mailed out on behalf of the Community Watch Program. So there's different smaller expenditures that are done in concert with the Community Watch Program, because as we always say, that the police can't be everywhere, and so it's to facilitate a program like that where the individuals are in their community and observing things and working together with the OPP and so forth. So I'd say probably not the best use of words in terms of on that line item, but it is different items like that. Donations, I'd have to look at, Madam Treasurer. I don't. No, I do know that we've been approached by, I want to say, there was an organization that has approached us, and no, we did not provide them a donation, but said that through staff, we would try and push out their messaging. Crime Stoppers, there we go. I think long enough, I'll come up with it. Crime Stoppers, so we did not provide any donation to them, but did commit to trying to, through our communications department, push out messaging and so forth to facilitate what they're trying to do, which we're all trying to do the same thing when it comes to policing and crime prevention.
Okay. Would it be possible, maybe in future budgets, just to pull that out in terms of the Crime Stoppers, since it is such a major part of some of the work that we're doing? The costs associated with Crime Stoppers, I think, would be probably, and the Neighborhood Watch program. So I'm just thinking that would be, because I mean, together in terms of the $9,800 and $1,500, it's, you know, it's, and I can see some duplications in terms of some of the items in $1,500 and the items that are in $9,800. So just a little more clarity there. And you're right, the language is not chair's use.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more, we'll break for 30 minutes. Come back at 12:31. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the budget meeting number 1 of the City of Pembroke Finance Administration Committee meeting. Welcome back, everyone. I'll hand it over to our treasurer to continue with the animal control budget.
Thank you. So for the animal control budget with the changes to the fees and charges, we are anticipating seeing some increases in revenue dollars. Currently, we have a spay and neuter clinic reserve. My understanding from Colleen Sorial is that it's no longer required. Is that still true?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. No, I just had a meeting with OSPCA and they would like us to retain that reserve. Originally, they said it wasn't necessary, but now they've changed their mind and they'd like us to retain that reserve. But it's ultimately up to the city.
Okay. So originally, the budget assumption was that it wasn't going to be required, so that we would use it to offset contract cost increases. If that's no longer the case, then we'd have to take that $14,000 back. But I do understand that the contract costs themselves have decreased. So that's on line 17, professional fees. So we do have a budget there of $77,000, which I understand based on a recent report to council is now $65,000. So I will pass it back to council.
Questions or comments? Councillor Frenier?
I know when we first discussed all that with the OSPCA, I think Heidi was dealing with them, that we did say they would, what happened was it reduced the cost of our contract with them. So we said we would put it in a reserve to deal with spay, neuter clinics. And that's probably why they're saying we'd like to keep it there. So I do agree, we should probably just keep it there. Because you don't know what's going to happen. Like, the situation with ferals right now is okay, but that can change. Springtime is coming. They'll come out of hibernation. So that's it.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to building inspection. Madam Treasurer.
Okay. Okay, so now we're into the building bylaw and planning budgets, which are overseen by Ms. Sorial. So on page 31, the first section has to do with salaries. Revenues generally, because of the building permit fee increases that we've agreed to, plus the stabilization reserve, we are looking at increasing revenues in that area by $55,500. So that should bring down the overall cost to the city for this area of responsibility in accordance with the Building Act. Overall, there are some small increases across the provision of services related to a new iPad for the CBO, electronic file management costs, OPBOA membership costs for staff, as we kind of continue to build some backup staffing available in the department. On the next page, we're anticipating some decrease in the cost of servicing the bylaw truck. And in the non-recurring project coding section, we do have a contribution to the fleet reserve, which has increased slightly. And as well, sorry, I'm just trying to understand what my note meant there. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to Colleen.
So the other $8,000 from the reserves would be for the reserves that council approved with the building permit fees. So the building permit fee plus 5%. So 5% of the new building permit fee will now go towards a reserve. So for leaner years, then we have a little bit of a reserve to offset our operating costs.
Yeah, so thank you. So that's the in and that's the out of the in. So we have additional revenues coming in and then being transferred to reserve for that purpose. So overall, costs here are decreasing by $47,941. So pass it back for questions.
Councillor Keel.
I just want to, first of all, thank Ms. Soriel for doing such a wonderful job with her 16 budgets that she has to do across the various parts of it. And I really want to thank this council for supporting the department with the increase in the fees. Of course, following Ms. Soriel and our staff's time spent with the report. It's a good news story that we can show that this is actually a budget decrease, offset in part by the fees. And I want council to know that I appreciate the support for our department. And I think it's a very well done budget. Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you. Job well done. Any more comments, questions? No? Seeing none, we'll move on to turn the page here, and we have bylaw enforcement and parking. Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so the first section on page 33 is the salary costs with the cost of living increases associated with the bylaw enforcement and parking. The next section has to do with cannabis legalization. We have been carrying forward money for a while now, so I will reach out to the province to see if we can use that funding for another purpose, if we need to return it, that kind of thing. So I will report back in the new year about that. We have included in my revised levy estimate a new amount for the parking lot levy on line 116, which has to do with the PBIA contribution to parking in the city. But overall, we're not seeing a huge increase in revenues in that area, fairly stable. Overall, the provision of goods cost is increasing by $2,700. Vehicle costs for our two bylaw enforcement vehicles, that section is increasing by $7,918. So the primary contributor behind that is when we purchased the vehicles last year, we did take funding from the parking reserve to pay for it, and we did say that we were going to pay that back. So this is contribution 1 of 2 to pay that money back into the reserve again and replenish that funding. Community social issues, we're anticipating cost increases of $8,100. So this includes staff time as well as just some general costs related to, signs and lights. We do anticipate having to do some drone flights over encampments as well as tent and graffiti removal expenditures. Meter maintenance. We have recently closed the tender for new parking meters in the city, so I think we're just working through the details of that. But we will see an additional cost, which is on page 35, line 181, for annual maintenance for these new meters. Overall, we are seeing some minor increases related to snow removal in the different parking lots, which you can find on pages 35 and 36. And finally, on page 37, transfers to reserves, we have budgeted for a $10,136 fleet contribution, as well as a $30,000 parking lot reserve contribution. We have done some calculations about how much we should be contributing to the parking lot reserve to ensure that there's enough money there to do resurfacing on the different parking lots and whatnot when required. That suggests that instead of $30,000 a year, we should be contributing $75,000 a year. But again, that's a big hit for one budget year, so we will be kind of slowly adding that into the budget over the next several years. So I'll pause here for questions.
Thank you. Councillor Keel. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd just like to update the budget because we had, as a direction from the Planning and Development Committee, we had to create an ad hoc parking committee. And so we had our second meeting with the ad hoc parking committee, and they've agreed, once the new meters are installed, to increase the fee from 50 cents an hour to $1 an hour. And then it came to the Planning and Development Committee on December 2nd again, and it was agreed to that increase. So we wouldn't see a doubling of so typically, we get about $30,000 to $35,000 a year from the meters. This year was a bad year because of the meters, they were all breaking. So once we have the meters in place, like I would anticipate that we would see a doubling on a full year. Now, I'm not sure when the meters are going in. We're still dealing with the tender. So let's just say if we said that even if they were in by June, because once we sign the agreement and then order the meters and then get them in, then we would maybe look at an increase of maybe, I don't know, an additional $16,000 for the remainder of the year. But then in 2027, it should be double. So we would probably be looking at a total of 66,000 to 70,000 in revenues from the meters. And it'll be easier for people now with the meters because you won't need just a coin. You can tap with your debit, you can tap with your Visa or MasterCard. So we could add that extra revenue.
Oh, that'll be good. Thank you. Councillor Keel.
So again, I just want to thank Colleen for this budget as well, which we knew was in flux when we were working on it. And again, I want to thank the council, and the mayor, of course, appointed the committee to look at this. This additional revenue, as Ms. Soriel said, if you think about it from a larger operational perspective, the bylaw on parking, which of course, it's a fairly costly bit. It's a lot of doing work and repairing the parking lots and all those kinds of things. So we are, on paper, it is a 24% increase this year. But I want to say that on the lines of Colleen's thoughts that, if we did have a full year of the parking, that's probably an extra 30,000 to cut that 65,000 down to 35,000. We're increasing the parking lot reserves by, I think, 20,000 is the increase on top of the previous 10. I know we had 20,000, we're now budgeting 40. That, of course, is going into capital reserves. So operationally, the increase on paper, I think, looks worse than the operational increase actually is. But I do want to implore council to support this. My other question my only question I'm going to pose to the treasurer is, obviously, as we did last council meeting, we dealt with surpluses from the prior year. My question is, if there's surpluses in any particular areas, are we able to automatically push them into a reserve? So, for example, if there was surpluses in these parking lot areas, which it looks like there has been surpluses of thousands of dollars, is there any way that those automatically could go to the parking lot reserve? Just as a way of, that's where they were, and funneling them through that, if I can ask that question.
So through the chair, so that would just need to be a direction from council on our year-end surplus policy. So I would have to look at it as it relates to our new reserve and reserve fund policy, but it's certainly something that can be added at the direction of council committee.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell.
I guess based on the information that you provided in regards to the implementation of the new meters, the annual meter cost then would be impacted as well. So it'd be half of that dollars if they're being anticipated to be installed by June or July, operational in July, because is that $10,892 was a fee associated with the monitoring of those. So that would be halved as well, right? So we'd save $5,000 there. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely correct. So it was anticipated because that was the amount, but it all depends when the meters come in.
Right.
And when we can, we're hoping that we will finalize the tender very shortly. And then we'll have more information as to when the meters can come in. We have to install new poles, and the poles are part of the whole package. So if the poles can go in right away, and it doesn't take too long for the meters, it could be sooner than June as well.
Okay.
But you're right, it's based on when the new meters come in that those costs will start.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on that section? Councillor Frenier.
Yeah, under community social issues, line 171 general purchases, drone flights over encampments. So I was unaware that was happening. And who monitors the footage of these drones, if I could ask?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we have JP2G has been tasked 3 times over the year to, and they're fairly inexpensive, to have drone footage. So then we know exactly where the encampments are. And so we monitor the information, and it goes through the CAO, and then the county also receives that information.
Okay, I was unaware of that. Maybe it came as a recommendation from one of those committees that were dealing with social issues. But I mean, with the MESA team involved, I'm sure at any given moment they know where these encampments are. I just didn't see the need for drones flying over them. But anyway, I'm seeing the CAO wants to respond.
Yeah, so I guess a couple things. Yeah, so it was a decision made through my office in regards to the drone footage, and a lot of it was also to do with health and safety. So we have our bylaw enforcement officer trying to find out where these encampments are, who's in them, whose property they are on, so then we can then, go to whoever owns that property to, for action. And like some of the terrain is up and down, mainly to like just the safety of what are you walking into. And so we looked at different options of, well, not policing it at all, which is not an option. So we came up with this cheap option of doing the drone footage, and it's really worked out well, where we can now then say, okay, here's 3 encampments, and they're on this property, or there's one on this property, and then go directly to those owners. So it's really worked out well for the city. And yeah, it's an unfortunate now, like a different expense, but it more towards the knowledge of where they are, because they are hidden, especially in the springtime and the summer, but also the health and safety aspect.
Thank you.
Mr. Purcell.
I totally agree, Dave. I think, the drone footage was really, really important when we were having discussions with the county in regards to recommendations to relocate the encampments that are along the Aguaco Trail. It turns out that, there was some discrepancies in regards to the locations of those properties, because it could either be the city of Pembroke, County of Renfrew, or in some cases even the Ministry of Natural Resources, and that would be engaged. So it was really useful information, and I think it's unfortunate, but it is going to be something that I think we need to continue with.
Thank you. Anything else on the bylaw enforcement and parking? Seeing none, we'll move on to development charges. Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so just to keep, in line with Ms. Sorial's areas of responsibility, we're going to skip ahead to page 71 to take a quick peek at the budget for development fees, planning, and zoning. So development fees are collected and then transferred to reserve. So based on where we're at in the 2025 actuals, we anticipate collecting about $70,000 in development fees in 2026, as well as $6,000 in parkland dedication fees, which would then be transferred to reserves for future use with different capital projects of the city. Salaries, again, include cost of living expenses, the minor variance fee, so that's page 71, line 30. We're anticipating a decrease to about $10,000. It's always really difficult to estimate these types of fees just because, you know, the projects we receive vary from year to year. In terms of the other revenues, in lines 35 to 40, we're anticipating similar to our 2025 budget. For services and rents, we're looking at a decrease of about 6,500 in budget requirements, mostly related to I guess a calming down of legal fees in this area. So we have not spent very much in 2025, so we feel comfortable dropping the legal budget from 25,000 to 20,000. For equipment and supplies on page 72, we're looking at an increase of about $3,640. So that includes in part an amount charged to planning for the rent of City Hall to recover costs and show the true costs of the different departments, as well as some advertising for the official plan. In non-recurring, we do anticipate some cost carryover for the development charges study that's currently underway right now, and we're slowly starting to wrap that up, as well as the official plan review, which was pre-approved by council in 2025. And that's it for this section.
Questions, comments? Seeing none, move on to planning and zoning, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so the next one's economic development. I did development charges and
sorry.
planning and zoning all together. No problem. So the next section is economic development. So again, we have our salaries in the top section. So we're on page 73, lines 12 to 19. So here we're seeing the full, in addition to the cost of living, we're seeing the full impact of the new recruitment and retention officer, economic development officer that we have on staff now. We are going to see some increases in training as a result of that as well, being increased by $4,800 next year. Again, property rent, so that's their share of City Hall is increased just because there's additional headcount, because it's charged based on headcount. The community improvement plan is a budget that I've looked at a number of times now. We do have money in reserve to cover off requests that might come in over and above the budget we have set. In 2026, I've estimated that we might need to pull $50,000 from reserves and fund $100,000 in total. We do anticipate a higher demand for the CIP program just because of the new categories that are going to be coming our community's way in 2026. Although it is going to be hard to tell what the uptake is, I would imagine the second year is going to be higher than the first year. So that might be something that would require an increase in 27, either by increasing the amount we have in reserve or the budget or both. For promotion, the department has applied for a ROD grant, Rural Ontario Development. Okay. As well as some additional costs to, again, help support business retention in our community. So we're looking at a $26,000 increase in cost in that section. We look to continue to work and support the Community Expo as the flagship partnership event again in 2026. We do typically spend a couple $1,000s every year on downtown revitalization. So that's on page 75. For tourism and culture, we are expecting perhaps a small decrease in MAT tax revenue. So in 2025, without having started this program, we had estimated $320,000. The 2026 budget includes 300,000. That being said, we will have potentially a new hotel starting operations next year. So I think depending on when that opens, might impact the revenues in that area. Do you know when they plan to open?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, they're hoping March, but our CBO feels May may be the more appropriate time period, so May of 2026.
So with having some of this revenue under our belt now, we are looking to expand our program of tourism promotion through updated Z cards, mural guidebooks, digital media campaigns, and promotional merch and materials. And then finally, any excess being transferred to reserves for future use. On page 76, the only major change there is in subscriptions and memberships being decreased by $8,290, just based on the anticipated requirements in that area. Originally, we had talked about in the non-recurring having a contribution to our 200-year anniversary. For some reason, I thought it was 250 for a minute. No, we're not that old yet. But just to try to keep our levy low, instead, we recommended to take that money from our 2024 surplus. And I would potentially suggest to do that again at the end of 2025 to keep adding to our contributions for our 200 celebrations. So overall, the budget in this department has increased by $61,900. Again, a lot of it has to do with our business retention program that we're looking to expand on in 2026 to promote economic development in our community. So I'll pass it back to
Thank you.
you.
Any questions, comments from council? Councillor Finier?
So the mat tax, I don't know that there was ever any formal decision by this council as to the allocations. I know that there was some discussion about putting some towards recreational facility reserve, which I have obviously supported. I see in 2026, 75,000 is going to the bicentennial contribution, which I also support. Balance to mat tax. Are we not continuing that 25,000 to go into the recreation facility reserve every year out of the mat tax? I thought that was part of what we were deciding, rather than just go into the reserve. I thought that we spoke about that briefly. So I'm just questioning it. It's saying that this past year, 25,000 would go to the rec reserve. 2026, it doesn't make reference to the recreation reserve. It only says the bicentennial and the mat tax reserve. So I thought it was going to be an ongoing contribution into rec.
So is it intended to be annual, that 25 to?
I believe it was. I sit on, as the mayor does, we sit on the tourism committee that sort of supported and recommended the mat tax. And I think that was the wish that came out of that committee. I know it came to council for a discussion, but I'm not 100% sure if the message got through that it was always supposed to support some recreation upgrades.
So I guess just a point of clarification, just because right now we don't anticipate having $100,000 available, I mean, we'll have to see how the actual revenues come in, but I guess in terms of the order, is it the 25,000 first, then up to 75,000 for the bicentennial contribution, and anything that's left after that goes into the mat? Like, how would you like to kind of order?
I don't know. I think when I don't know. I'd have to talk to Elijah again about it, or.
CAO?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, it was always the anticipation that that there would be a contribution on an annual basis to recreation. and, 25,000 or depending on, what is that surplus amount. But there was always that anticipation that that funding would go back to the reserves, because that's where a lot of the tourism is coming from,
That's
is
right.
from the facilities.
So can we relook at that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Keel?
So on that line 150, which I think is what Councillor Lafreniere was just looking at, so when it says 2026 budget 75 to bicentennial, that's been removed because we zeroed it out because we used the surplus funds, correct? That line just wasn't deleted or?
So it was my understanding that we would still use, like, we would still have some of the MAT contribute to the 200th birthday celebrations and projects, in addition to the other money that we would also, like,
Okay.
I thought it was, the city was trying to spend 75, and then Matt was gonna contribute 75.
Okay.
But that was my understanding of what was discussed at the budget, but if that's incorrect, now is the time to tell me.
I mean, I would be fine with that because we do have to put money away for the bicentennial, which includes legacy projects and things. I mean, it includes capital expenditures anyway. So we are I guess that's just a way of funneling money to projects that need to get done under a bicentennial label. And certainly to the, my understanding, and one of the reasons I supported the MAT tax was definitely that there would be major contributions out of the MAT tax towards recreation. That's an area, I don't want to say that was maybe Councillor Lafreniere would say it's been neglected for a number of years. I don't want to say that, but it's certainly, yes, we have roads, we have all kinds, there's all kinds of pressures, but I think this council has certainly put recreation at the forefront, sometimes out of necessity when the pool needs a new roof. But I mean, just some of the work that's been done, I think when I first got on council, I said, our marina and waterfront look lovely, but it also meant that for 25 years, we seem to have forgotten about Riverside Park. And over the last couple of years, our Parks and Rec has, put in, whether it's the mini putt, whether it's the new, not the new ball field, but the revitalized ball field with the Jays money. So I feel like actually now that I'm just rambling, but I certainly want a very good chunk of the MAT tax going towards recreation on a expected basis.
CEO?
Yeah, it was always the anticipation that there would be that 25 for recreation facilities, 75 for the bicentennial contribution, both from the MAT and then 75 from the city.
Thank you. Anything else on economic development? Okay, we'll move on to transit. Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so we have to go back in the package a little bit. Okay, so that's page 51. So for this budget, we are anticipating revenues of $98,000. So this assumes that we're going to keep the $5 fare. We're going to have roughly 1,200 riders in the summer and 16 in the fall and winter. I am happy to say, though, that in November, we had over 1,900 rides. So you're going to see an official report on that coming up. We have our transit committee meeting coming up, I think, Thursday, but I did get to see a copy of the report, and I was like, wow, because it was actually less service days in November. So I was, pleasantly surprised. So yeah, I guess it is the colder weather. So that being said, I imagine, like, just based on what I'm hearing, there is definitely interest in having a monthly pass. So I think that would be something that might eat into revenues if we were to consider something like that, which we'll kind of bring back in the late winter after we do our 6-month formal review of the service. So keep that in mind. In terms of administrative costs, I do charge like my actual time and my staff's time into it, but we don't budget, like we still budget all of my costs in the administration column. We do anticipate participating in at the Ontario Transportation Expo, and we're currently putting together, so I might actually be a speaker at that event again this year, as well as they're having a fall meeting now, which we should be attending. The contract management is essentially for broad project management, so we are anticipating closing out that contract after the formal 6-month review. And as well, we have the grants to organizations, which is the $2 fare differential that we pay to Handy Bus every quarter. And they provide me with their ridership statistics for that calculation. In terms of provision of goods, we do anticipate needing some Power BI licensing next year, and we have budgeted under professional fees for the development of a public transit dashboard, which we then use, for the balance of the service. And it will also be a good, I think, training opportunity for staff because we don't use Power BI for anything else. So I think developing this dashboard will kind of open up that concept to other areas of our operations to see how else we might be able to use this technology. So I do think that's a good kind of idea generator that can be used across the organization once we understand how the tool works a bit better. So for 2026, in the next section, we are looking at a full year of operation, and we're budgeting for 6,870 hours. We are looking at kind of spreading out the impact to the taxpayer over the 3-year initial term of the project. So we are looking at using $142,000 worth of transit reserve to bring the cost of it to about $350,000 for 2026, or an increase to taxes of about $134,000. So I'll pass the floor back to our deputy mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Keel.
So obviously this is new for all of us. Obviously we would expect next year to be more expensive than this year, since next year or last year's or this current year only started in August. So obviously next year's going to be more expensive with 12 full months. I guess my only question to you is, are we on track in terms of going back a year and a half to our projections? Are we currently meeting our expectations? Nothing's usually cheaper than we were expecting, but is it more expensive than we were expecting, or do we seem to be on track?
Through the chair, so I anticipate we're on track based on our original projections. Yeah.
Councillor Keel, or thank you, Councillor Keel. Councillor Purcell.
Yeah, thank you. This is great numbers to hear 1,900 rides in November. But I think the other thing that we need to be cognizant of is also that we're reducing the fares in terms of the handy bus by $2. So that makes a big difference for individuals that are utilizing that services too. So I think, maybe it ends up a couple extra trips per month for some individuals. So I think that works out really, really well. The Power BI licensing, I couldn't agree more in terms of developing dashboards and those kinds of things like that are real-time dashboards. Go to it, because I think that's the more information that we have available to us in a timely manner, the better decisions that we can make. So I think that's awesome. What I was getting at, individuals that I've heard that are using the system are really appreciating the system. And in fact, I've heard a lot of individuals looking for bulk passes and monthly passes. So I think that's something that, would be really relevant in terms of having those conversations when we do our 6-month review. So that's fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor Lafreniere, then Councillor Keel.
Yeah, through you, the monthly pass, that'll have to come in for discussion, but I'd be weary of putting any discounts or monthly passes till we know for sure what the revenue streams are going to look like. So it would be closer to maybe a year you know, when we get into the spring and summer, we'd be more suited to see what our expenses versus revenues are. Because really, even if someone took it to work and back every day, 5 days a week, that's only $200 a month, and it's a far cry from operating a vehicle, as we all know. So it's still a very affordable means to get to work 5 days a week. So we have to keep that in mind before we reduce our revenues. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
I wasn't going to, but on that, I would fully agree with Councillor Friendly, and I think I said at the time when we were setting our fares, we are already setting a very, very inexpensive trip. I mean, what Councillor Lafreniere just referenced, I think my insurance and gas is more than what she just said. Certainly, it's cheaper than the taxi system. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm all about providing a service, and I think we have already provided a service with this. So, I would be cautious. You know, I love bulk discounting and I love deals, but we kind of started this at a deal. My question that I was going to ask was whether His Worship, as our handy bus rep, has he noticed any uptick in handy bus rides and whatnot? As you know, we haven't really had a discussion in this city as much as we have about transit and whatnot. And I'm wondering if the handy bus has felt there's been any benefit just to the general transit theme that we've been pushing and whatnot. And I know the handy bus has been a lot more active on social media and whatnot. So I'm just wondering if there's been any other positive spin-offs from this.
So through the chair, so I can't speak to what the numbers is. I try to bring them to committee usually. But in any event, so I don't recall what the number is off the top of my head. Certainly ridership is up. So is it, as Councilor Purcell is saying, is because it went from $7 to $5? Is it because of the hype? Is it the extra attention and so forth? I really don't know what's causing it, but certainly there's an increase in ridership with the handy bus to the point where in the budget you'll see in terms of purchasing a third bus. So one had to come off the road. It was no longer safe, and so now getting a third bus, so there'll be 3 handy buses running around. And then on top of that, it's running the Saturday service to mirror what the Pembroke service is, so that it's meeting the legislation and so forth. So it is running an extra day that it didn't in the past.
Thank you. I can speak from the chair. It's very exciting to hear the news, very gratifying. And I've had comments that residents are happy that we have transit for everyone in the town of Pembroke, so city of Pembroke. So I look forward to our meeting on Thursday with the consultant. Anything else on transit?
Sorry, so these numbers don't reflect those November ridership? Do you have to change these numbers?
Well, it's possible that our revenues are understated, but I would hesitate to increase them until we've decided what we're doing with the monthly pass. So I'm thinking it's reasonable. And if we do get higher revenues in 2026, it just means we'll need to use less from reserves.
No, but I
To
mean
cover
your
the
actuals
difference.
for 2025, do they include the November ridership being so high?
Well, what day? Yeah, okay, I'm getting a yes. Yes.
They do include it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we'll move on to shared services. Madam Treasurer.
So that's flipping back now to page 77. So shared services includes the county as well as other shared services, which includes the health unit, MPAC's property assessment services, and the 911 bell answer service. It's difficult to estimate the county right now. I did discuss the county budget with the treasurer, and I've made an estimate just based on that discussion, but as I mentioned, I will circle back. I did ask if it was worthwhile to circle back in December, but it sounded like the conversation wouldn't have advanced enough to get even a better answer than information I had already received. So I will circle back in January to see if we can sharpen the pencil on that figure or not to finalize the budget.
Councillor, were you done, Madam Treasurer? Okay, Councillor Keel.
So we seem to go through this every year. The county's budget process, is it just that they choose to do it later than we do, and that's why every year we're budgeting with unconfirmed numbers? And the only reason, I mean, in any other year, we often don't set things until February, but now we, in theory, have a set budget on January 2nd. So I'm just wondering, and I've thought about it before, I just never raised it because I didn't want to look mean, but if they're just choosing to do their budgeting later than ours, can we not, through our shared agreements or whatnot, get them on the same page? Because, like, we can't come back January 15th and amend our budget without going through an entire actual mid-year budget amending process, which does exist. I don't know if Pembroke's ever done it, but like, I don't want to be pushing the county around, but if it's just a matter that they have a set calendar, I mean, we moved up our calendar, and now it just seems like we never actually know what they're doing.
Well, I don't know how much sway we have in terms of their own agenda. I know we try to do ours as early as possible because the sooner we can finalize our budget and get our capital procurement out, the better pricing we get. So we're always very anxious to try to, and the sooner we can get our budget finalized, the sooner we can get procurement started and actually be able to have time to spend the money. Because I know of some municipalities are in the past haven't approved their budget till June, and you don't have enough time to spend even half of it at that point in time. So like we do our budget, I think, as early as we possibly can, but I don't see us ever being any earlier than what we are now, just because, we can sometimes get the OPP fairly late in November. So we can certainly have a conversation with them to ask them what's possible, but I don't know how much influence we would have on it.
Councillor Purcell.
We just to provide a little bit more information to Councillor Keel's inquiry. At the last Renfrew County Municipal Relations meeting, I brought forward concerns in regards to, as Dave calls them, the divorce papers, right? Ontario Works is a one-pager. Homes for the Aged is a two-pager. So it'll be a question in terms of a council would wish to open these up. So I think that's something that we need to look at, so that way we can kind of identify, some opportunities. Also a little bit more negotiated, maybe a little bit more leverage in regards to, input in terms of budget and those kinds of things. But I mean, again, this is going to be discussions that will occur from both the City of Pembroke and County Renfrew. So,
Councillor Keel.
I'm wondering if I could, I don't know that we would need a formal motion, but if council would be interested, because I certainly would be at this point, and I think as some of the other councillors know around the table, it takes a little while for you to get your feet wet and to know what's going on. But I wouldn't mind a report from our staff and maybe from the CAO about these shared service agreements, and it's often been talked about, the recreation agreement. I know Councillor Lafreniere has said a number of times that perhaps it's time to look at it, and we kind of muse about this, and certainly I'm not suggesting that Mr. Unruh bring this back next week. Sometime in the new year, I'm sure there's pluses, I'm sure there's minuses to all of them, and perhaps it's time for us to get staff's opinion generally on whether there are things and reasons for us to proceed, because we muse about it at times like this. This is not the time to discuss the shared service agreements and whatnot. But perhaps we should set aside a time for Mr. Unruh to bring them to us so that we can have those actual discussions and decide to proceed with whether or not we want to renegotiate them or whatnot. Because we always talk about it, but it then kind of goes on the back burner. So I personally would like us to have that sort of report and maybe have some marching orders for the CAO. So Perhaps that's something in 2026, maybe in the first quarter or something that we could get to. I don't know if Mr. Unruh or maybe his worship has thoughts on it as well, but it just seems we always talk about it, but we never get there.
Yeah, it's something I can certainly bring forward if it's the wish of council. I didn't want to go ahead with anything and then only it's like 2 people that are interested in it and the rest of council. So I guess, is there that sentiment around the table that they want that review?
I think that sentiment does exist around the table. And I think those conversations have also took place at different meetings, different times. I've had discussions at the rec meetings that Councillor Purcell and Mr. DeRoche and I have together. And we never sure when the right time is to open up a recreation agreement, but I say anytime's a good time to look at ways and means to support our facilities, you know.
Just, I guess, point of order. We're not talking about recreation agreements, we're talking about the county.
It was included in Councillor Keel's query.
Oh,
yes,
okay, sorry.
Absolutely. And in regards, yes, Dave, the shared services agreements, that has come up in discussion too. There was divorce papers at the time we left the county. The agreements are as old as, well, older than me, so you can imagine. So
30 years.
Well, yeah. So anyway, we are looking at that. But I think you're right. I think a formal motion from council saying that these are some goals, these are some things we want to look into going forward this year. And I don't care if it's an election year. I think it's a great year to start having those discussions. So feel free to put that forward.
Giacono.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I know the county is the major service provider for funding, as is mandated by the province of Ontario. It's not us. Our role is to contribute. Their role is to disperse the funding. I'm just saying, I think it would be best if perhaps the 2 CAOs from the county and from here could have a off-the-cuff discussion, because sometimes I think if you open a Pandora's box, you may be surprised at what you may have to pay in the long run. Maybe, you know, the shoe may be on the other foot. You know, we're complaining that we're paying a lot, but I think there's got to be some real dialogue with the CAOs saying, look, you know, if this is going to happen, you guys may be in for a surprise. I'm not saying it could be lower, but, you know, sometimes you open the gift box, it's not the gift you expected. So just word of caution. I'm not saying that, you know, we're delegating to the county what they should be doing and that perhaps we're overcharged for our services. There'd have to be some comparators, you know, with other areas, single tier and upper tier. Thank you.
So just to be clear to Councillor Giacono, what I was asking for is a report on these agreements and staff's thoughts on them, not to motion here and now to reopen them, but to hear from staff on these agreements so that we could then potentially give marching orders
Thank you.
to the CA.
Thank you.
Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So certainly I know that, yes, as Councillor Fernie says, there's been discussions at different committees and so forth. I know the liaison committee has already had a conversation with the county, and basically where it was left is if the city wishes to send something to the county, then, you know, but I think if the marching orders are given to the CEO to prepare a report, it's together with any resources he needs in terms of legal or otherwise to be able to come forward, because the 1971 separation, as I understand it, was part in terms of a legal battle that went on as well. So the nature of it was not just a simple agreement to go their separate ways, but more or less forced. And so I would want to ensure that he has the resources available to him to do that. In terms of the recreation agreement, I have no issue reviewing any agreement, and people should be reviewing agreements. I know the conversations that we've had, though, is that under the current recreation agreement, the city of Pembroke to your point, Councillor Keel, has not done a good job of putting money into our recreation facilities, and so we haven't even maxed out what it is that Laurentian Valley could contribute to for years. And so even underneath the current agreement, I think you'll find that if we don't pony up certain monies, why would Laurentian Valley pay any additional funds? But in any event, I have absolutely no issue. It's always been an item of discussion together with the CAO is when is the right time? Is it next term? Is it like when is it that you open it up? Especially knowing I think it was the water sewer agreement, we started that renegotiation at the beginning of a term, and it took 4 years to get to the conclusion of it. So when if the review reveals that the council of the day wants to go in a certain direction, it will likely take you 4 years to get to the conclusion of it, which will bring you into the next term. At least that's what I've observed with the water sewer negotiation. It took a while.
Councillor Purcell.
I just want to provide an update also in regards to the health unit. So we'll be meeting on Thursday to finalize the budget on Thursday. So we'll have some information available then.
On shared services, Councillor Keel.
So did we need a formal motion of direction, or did the CAO feel that that discussion sent him in a direction?
So again, I just want to apologize. I didn't realize that the recreation was part of that, so I apologize. Yeah, I think through the discussion, I get a sense that I can bring back a report that kind of summarizes the county agreement plus the recreation agreement, and then from there, whatever direction comes forth.
Sir Purcell.
All right, it's also a good information share. The land ambulance agreement was just recently updated, so it's just the, I guess it'd be the, more or less the Ontario Works and the Homes for the Aged. Thank you.
If I could ask a question from the chair. I wrote this down, the land ambulance and social housing capital contribution, is there a certain cap that we are capped at to contribute towards capital?
So, not that I'm aware of.
There's no cap. Okay, so that'll come out in the report. Okay, thank you for that section. Moving on to parks and facilities, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so I'm now going to pass the mic over to my deputy treasurer, who's going to take us through the next few sections.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect, okay. So I'll be doing the parks and the recreation sections of the budget. So this one will start on page 52. So in the parks and revenue, this year we're looking at selling our one of our ATVs. And in the capital budget, you'll see replacement for the Ranger. In the salaries and full-time, we're looking at an increase of just a little over $6,600. This is obviously for the cost of living, as well as there are some QP agreement costs for safety boots in there. Transfer to capital, we are looking at transferring $53,176 over to the TLV contribution to the capital per the agreement. Now I'm just going to pass this over to Jordan to give you more information on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention in terms of the agreement itself, I have noted here in the budget that, maybe we do start having those conversations in 2026, 2027. I think it's a great idea that we can certainly have conversations without actually getting to an agreement, but just I think having those off-the-cuff conversations, which is really important. In terms of the agreement itself, if we were to look at investigating some kind of negotiation with an agreement, we just have to notify TLV through a written letter before July 1st of any year. So I think that, if we start having these conversations in 2026, You know, after July 1st, we could have a written letter if that's the way that council wants to go. And I think it would be fair to, you know, each person's budget times and constraints. So I think it might work a little bit better that way. But again, that's just a suggestion from me. And, you know, if we start having those conversations, I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions on that? Okay.
Keel?
So with respect to line 39, so this, I believe, the 76,583, I believe, is the reserve that we created in the 2023 budget, and it's kind of, as much as I loved it, it's kind of been sitting there stagnant in the same amount every year. I would like to motion that we increase the 76,583 by 5%. That's adding $3,829.15. Doesn't sound like a lot, but I think having it sit there stagnant also doesn't help either. So it would be my proposal that we increase that by 5% this year. I don't know that it would be appropriate in a motion to say every other year, but if the treasurer were to present future budgets with a 5% increase, I think that would be okay to me. So again, I propose that we increase line 39 by $3,829.15, which is a 5% increase to the capital reserve.
Seconder? Councillor Lafreniere? Discussion? No discussion? Motion on the floor. Those in favor? Carried. You want to continue?
Yep. Okay, thank you. The next section is the salaries for small parks and the maintenance. So some of the things to highlight here is we are adding $5,000 to the contract line, which is line 50, and this is just to hire outside contractors for kind of maintenance in the parks area, electrical upgrades, and water fountain repairs. On page 53, we have a new line item on line item 51, contract for tree removal. We have split this with the roads. Normally, all of the tree removals would be going to the roads department. However, this year we've put in $50,000 for all the park trees. We are having an issue with the ash borer trees across the city. Last year, for 2025, we took about 55 trees down. And Jordan, did you want to expand on that?
Sure. I guess I'll speak to how I got to the $50,000 in this year's budget. So, as Marcia said, we've taken down approximately 55 trees across the corporation this year. So, our department alone had seen 35 of those trees, or 63%. And when we take a look at the amount of money that we've spent on tree removal this past year, which was $84,000, 63% of that is just a little north of $50K. So currently right now, the County of Renfrew is probably one of the worst areas that the emerald ash borer is in and devastating the population of ash trees. So in 2025, 70% of the trees that we took out in Parks and Recreation, were ash trees. So this is something that we continue to see, and quite literally, we're noticing trees within like weeks, 2 weeks at a time. We're experiencing that there's more ash trees that are, bark is falling off them, they're not growing leaves, all those kind of things. So it's quite devastating. And to be honest with you, I didn't realize the city had so many ash trees until this borer came through. So it is devastating the trees. In 2026. We've identified close to about 20 trees that are going to need some maintenance and or to come down. So in areas of Pansy Patch Park, Riverside Park, Lee Street. And in addition to this, because we've been taking down so many trees across the corporation, we've been lacking on our stumping. So we have about 50 stumps that we still have to take care of throughout the corporation itself as well. I will provide some good news, though. We do work with the Algonquin College's forestry program, and this year they assisted us, and they took out about 8 to 10 trees for us. I mean, that's a cost savings of like $15,000, $20,000. So, I mean, we'll continue to work with them and where we can work with them. But we definitely need to, to consider this at this point in time, that we need to increase our funding to remove trees to address the ash trees. Thank you.
Giacono?
Through you to Mr. DeRouche, Mr. Chair. The emerald ash borer, is that an invasive species? And the trees that are being removed, what species are they being replanted with, or are they?
Through the chair, that's a great question. So I do believe it is an invasive species. I know that it's a beetle that gets inside the bark, lives underneath the bark, and then it creates to destroy the tree because it feeds off it. In terms of replanting, there's a commemorative asset project, or policy rather, that's going to be coming to council December 16th. And it's going to be addressing different ways that, as we get requests for planting trees, they can come through the department. Through that policy, we're going to be looking at specific species that we can plant in different areas, just to make sure that, if we only planted ash trees 25, 30 years ago, we wouldn't have any ash trees left. So what we're looking at doing is having multi-species and planted in different areas. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono?
Supplemental, if the ash trees, within our community disappear, does the ash borer disappear, and does it have a favorite lunch for another tree?
Through the chair, unfortunately, I can't answer that.
Councillor Keel, then we'll take a 15-minute break as per the schedule.
So are we seeing, like $50,000 seems like a lot, are we seeing this as sort of something we're going to need to spend for just a few years to get done what needs to get done, and then likely that would taper off?
Yeah, so through the chair, a great question. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now, is I think that until we get understanding of how many ash trees are out there and what needs to come down, I think for the next couple of years, this would be something that we would definitely need in our budget. As the years go on, I think we can take a look at that. And I think at the end of the year is going to tell us, right? If all of a sudden we're only spending $25,000 on tree removal, I think at that point in time, it'll be telling us that, okay, maybe we can pull that back a little bit.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Okay, it's coming up to 1:45 in a minute, so we'll take a 15-minute break, be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome to our continued afternoon session of Budget Day number 1 of the City of Pembroke Finance Administration Committee meeting. We're on the section of Parks and Facilities. I'll hand it over to Deputy Treasurer, Ms. Hawthorne.
Thank you. So we're at page 53 under provision of goods. Line 63, subscription and memberships. Looking at an additional $1,000 for additional membership for the climate action as per the Recreation Master Plan. In seminars and training, we're looking at adding another $1,000 in there for some ORFA courses for certified ice technician. The next one to highlight is the section on the vehicle maintenance. So line 74 down to 83. These are costs that come from repairs of our vehicles over with the mechanics in the roads department. The next section to highlight is page 54, the tree canopy program. Sounds like Mr. DeRoche will be bringing a new policy to council on December 16th, 2025. Jordan, did you want to just touch a little bit about on that?
Yeah, thank you. So what we're looking at doing is just kind of reshaping our tree canopy program within our budget. Essentially, in a roundabout way, moving some money around to reflect the policy that we'll be bringing forward December 16th. I did mention it previous to this, just with respects that it's a commemorative asset policy. So we're going to be talking about as we get requests to plant trees, where they're going to be planted, park benches, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. The next section is community social issues, park related. There's a savings there of $900. The next savings is a salary downtown maintenance section. We look like there'll be a savings of $3,900 there. In the Kingsman Park, what they're looking at is under the contract line 143. They're looking at doing some ditching, players bench replacement at the ball field. For the waterfront area, we're looking at a little bit of savings in this in the park under line 156. That's kind of in-house. That's gardener, summer student, hired by the Horticulture Society. The next section here, we do have down on line 184 under the Rotary Park, we do have an increase in the contracts, and that's for things like electrical, landscaping. Next section to highlight looks like on page 56. On line 197 is the contract, and that's for more paving on the hill going down to Pansy Patch Park. Mr. DeRoche has been doing it in sections, and this should almost be done, if not one more year. Is that correct? Great, thank you. The next section would be the Riverside Park area, and we are looking at, there's a little bit on cost increase on line 219 under contracts for electrical upgrades. This is cost increases due to the ESA requirements at the Riverside Park area. The next section that we will highlight is on page 57 under Riverside Park, the Field House. So under contracts again, line 236, we're increasing $5,000 for age-related maintenance. So it's basically work that has to be done. This has been highlighted from our internal staff. So Jordan will need to get that done. The next section is looking at line 248 under materials for keeping Pembroke beautiful. Looking at getting a little bit more bridge boxes, hanging baskets for the boulevard planting. And then looking at increase in the labor at line 251, about $2,200, as we'll have to get that That's kind of for in-house labor with Jordan's staff. And then the next one would be the community gardens. We're looking at so we are receiving a grant of $11,000 from the TD Friends of Environment Foundation grant. And this is a grant which to expand the community garden beds and provide kind of webinars, seminars for garden-related activities. And then line 260 this is the grant money where that will be spent. Jordan, do you want to touch base on that? Are you comfortable with that? Perfect. Okay, the next one to highlight is under the waterfront development under contracts. So we're looking, there's a contract line there of $10,000. We'll need new equipment and for our watering, and that is due to the dissolving of the community volunteers for that area. The next section is the Fiddler's Park. Line 292 is the labor. Now this just it just reflects more of the 2025 actual costs. So there is a little increase there. PMC, the revenues, we do have a little bit of revenues in the concession, and that's just because the new contract with the Pembroke Lumber Kings. And the PMC expenses, this is just some salary related. Looking there. And the next line to highlight is the line 331 under contracts. This is an additional $6,000 budgeted, and that's for price increases again for age-related maintenance such as the boiler systems, the mechanics. Again, line 335, the electrical costs an additional $20,000. That's for any hydro. And then as well as the bank charges, Jordan was explaining to me that they do all their banking online. So this is banking charges that they have to pay for all of their programs being online now. Okay, so the next thing to highlight is the PACC under the revenue line under summer rentals. They did a basketball program in 2025, which was a success, so they're planning on doing another basketball program in 2026. The PACC expenses, again, under the material line 383, again, age-related maintenance work there, boiling systems again, as well as mechanics. Believe there's an additional, again, same, the electrical work there on line 391, a big increase there. But these are some things based on the ESA that we have to do. The next line for this, something to highlight, would be the Kingsman Pool. So the line 414 under materials, so we do have a little bit of an increase. Jordan can speak of this, but it's just to replace like chlorine feed system, replace gas lines, replace skins in the element tank, as well as then on the contract line number 419, again, additional cost. These were before electrical costs as well. Jordan, did you want to highlight anything else on that, or you're good? Perfect. Looks like on the next page, on page 61, the revenues for the Riverside Park. It looks like we are looking at getting additional fee increases of about 5% for the ball and soccer. It looks like we're having a total additional revenue of just a little over $7,000. The revenue for the marina, slip rentals, which is line 480, looks like they're going to stay about the same. And for the non-reoccurrent projects, we do have the line 485 under materials, so an additional $26,500, and those are things such as bench replacements, fencing repairs, picnic tables, signage repairs. So overall, it looks like the Parks and the Recreation budget is looking at about 11.02% increase. So I'll pass it to the chair to see if there's any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The little park on Mary Street, Memorial Park, was that mentioned in here anywhere? Is it Memorial Park or was, it's just up from Champlain or whatever they call Bishop Smith? It's a little bereavement park. Was that mentioned in here?
That's in line on page 52, under the contracts, 50. But that, in that section, salaries, general maintenance for small parks, that park would be in there.
Okay, so we maintain that park now?
Yeah, Jordan can answer that, yeah.
Sorry. Jordan?
So through the chair, yeah, that's a great question. So I guess just giving council a little bit of history here is that at one point in time, it was actually maintained by the Bereaved Families of Ontario. I want to say, and don't quote me on this, I think it was around 2013, they dissolved in this area, so we took over. The issue that we're experiencing now is that they had all these beds and everything that they maintained and they looked after. Just from staff capacities, we never looked after the beds moving forward. We cut the grass, made sure everything was maintained that way. Recently, we've had the Horticultural Society approach us and say, hey, you know, we would like to see some of these beds revived. And they're willing to do the volunteer work, asking for a little bit of money to be fronted so that they can maintain some of these. So what we were in our discussion with them was that, you know, maybe every year we choose a couple beds and we start to bring them back to life.
So the group that had the bereavement park, they were dissolved, you said? They dissolved themselves?
That's correct. They dissolved in this area.
So in this area, so the city owns the property, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is there any better use for that property? I mean, that's a sensitive issue, I mean, but people looked after it, everybody was gung-ho, and suddenly it's like anything else, you know, when it becomes too much work, see you later. Give it to the city to look after. Is there I'm not saying that we should do it, but I'm just saying, you know, we're looking for options to keep our expenses down, perhaps surplus property.
Survey.
Thank you. I guess 3 different points. On that one, as Mr. Lapierre would always say, be careful what you're gifted, even former Councillor O'Neill, because there's usually there's a cost associated with it. And yes, it's my understanding is there was supposed to be a reserve built up and so forth, and then they disappeared, no more money, and now we're left with the maintenance of it. In terms of Pansy Patch Park, in terms of what staff has presented, and very ecstatic to see the paving all the way down to the parking lot area. But surely, once all that's paved, the maintenance costs should go down because you won't have rutting and torrential waters, you know, creating issues with the path. So I guess that's more of a comment than anything. But my question is then in respect to Rotary Park. So my understanding is that the Rotary Club does different things to assist the city of Pembroke in what is the Rotary Park. And well, I'd like to think that the Rotary Club and the Kiwanis Club will be in existence in perpetuity. I don't know that that's the case. And so I guess what my question then becomes, is there going to at some point be an increased cost in terms of the Rotary Club? Just even, I can speak for Kiwanis, it's an aging group of individuals that mean well and want to do well, but sometimes have mobility issues and so forth. So I'm just wondering in terms of this council, you know, having an eye to the future in terms of Rotary Park, are we anticipating that we'll have to do more of an investment with that one in the future?
Councillor Giacono.
Sorry, I don't feel my question was answered. So my interpretation is that based on the recommendation that the Horticultural Society will continue, they will look after those beds within that memorial park. I know there's some issues with the Horticultural Society. They're back on board that they want to do that? And if so, is that the case? Is that what we should be doing?
So through the chair, the Parks and Recreation Department has never had a bad relationship with the Horticultural Society. We've always worked really well with them. This was brought to our attention this year. So it was something that they had suggested that, I can't recall exactly how many beds are down there, but let's just say there's 10 for argument's sake. They're not looking to maintain 10 in 2026. What they're looking at doing is maybe picking a bed or two, reviving those 1 or 2 beds, the following year doing the same, so on and so forth, to try and revive that park is what they're trying to do.
Thank you. I know that parkland is important with small communities, and we knew that from, the East End when there was some building going on there. If the park is well utilized, I'm for that, but if it's just there, thank you.
Mr. Keel?
I have a number of points, but on that point, it's weirdly situated on Mary Street, beside the bridge, basically. I never really see people in there. Councillor Giacono mentioned it might be a sensitive topic. Obviously, it's a bereavement location, but I'm just wondering if in any of your discussions, if the thought was ever to relocate it somewhere, for instance, to add a bereavement area down at the marina or whatnot, would that be a more efficient, because people are already down there and the flower beds or whatnot, would relocating it be more efficient and cost effective, that it's at least within one of our current catchment areas for flowers and whatnot? I'm just wondering if that's a discussion, or if anybody on council had strong feelings towards it. I mean, I like the idea of us maintaining it. I think if we were to get rid of the bereavement location, I think there would probably be some families quite upset, but relocating it, I think might be more efficient for us while keeping true to the families. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts on that, but it just seems that is kind of a little out of, there's not even parking there, I don't think, if families wanted to visit. So I don't know if that's something that might be thought about, is just relocating it within one of our current flower maintained areas. Seems like His Worship has
Mayor
some-
Gervais?
The practical problems I believe that you will find is, so certainly before my time, but talking to my brother who's older than I am, what he tells me is that used to be the City of Pembroke's snow dump, and that the dump was right up to the street. And so all of that is, as I understand it, fill. So I don't know who, maybe someone who is adventurous and whatnot and wants to try and put a development there, if the City of Pembroke was of the mind to try and sell it. But I know I certainly wouldn't be buying it, or any developers I know wouldn't be buying it. So
My thought is it just might be easier for Jordan to just cut the grass, and still more efficient to maintain beds somewhere else. So I wasn't sure selling it, because I thought it's also in a general area where I don't know that I would build anything on it, but just from an efficiency standpoint was more my thought. But I agree with the mayor. I don't think we could sell that if we wanted to be honest.
Councillor Brissell?
So when we get into some of these agreements, is it taken for granted that's in perpetuity? Is it just continues? I mean, it's not the City of Pembroke that erected the park in terms of the beds and those kinds of things. So at what point do we just cease to do that? I guess is it also clear in terms of anything else that we inherit, right?
Yeah, so through the chair, I think that's a good point. I think we've seen, many groups and organizations come and go, and I think every organization that's trying to do something good for a community is always trying to get an asset. But the asset, needs replacement, it needs maintenance and all that kind of stuff. And I think that, moving forward, that if there is any kind of community groups that are coming forward, I think that we need some kind of, memorandum of understanding of some sort, and perhaps that if they can't fulfill their duties, then you cease at that point in time.
Okay, last one.
I had other questions, but
Oh,
other areas.
no, I know that. We're talking about, okay, go ahead.
Okay. So in terms of Fiddle Park, it seems that we charge rent of $6,500 and have been doing the same rent, at least as far as this budget line shows. It seems that our Fiddle contest labor is now, it seemed to have gone from 5,000 in 2024 to 12,000 actual in 2025. I'm just wondering, as with all things, and I'm not going to pick on any one organization. I think we're kind of picking on everybody. Is shouldn't the rent be increasing as our costs increase? Because we're now, I mean, we also, I think somewhere else, we give them a $4,000 grant. I think that was earlier in the budget, but they're now, we're now looking at a further $6,000 in labor. So I'm just wondering, should we be looking at reasonable rent that we're charging to match the costs of Fiddle Park?
So through the chair, I think if we were looking at that, I think the reasonable thing to do is have a conversation with Fiddle Park and the committee. I know the last couple of years they've been really trying hard to make this a go. They've kind of rebranded their event a little. They're also understanding that people are not so much camping anymore down at Riverside Park, but they're coming in and staying at hotels. So it's kind of shifted, whereas like young families that might be participating in the fiddling competition, they can afford to run around the province in a trailer, but for the amount of times that they're going to different contests, they'll stay in hotels and whatnot. So it is shifting a little bit. So I think that would definitely need to be a conversation. And they're generally pretty good to, show us their expenses as well. So I think that if we were looking at that, it would be definitely a conversation with them before we do anything.
Because, I mean, on that point, you're kind of saying they're looking at their business case over the last couple of years. Well, that's what I'm doing sitting at this table, is looking at our business case. And right now it's, we're losing a significant amount of money on it, plus giving them a fourth, like, in theory, that's a $10,000 contribution to a one weekend event. And we could decide whether that's important or not important, but I mean, the numbers is what I'm looking at here at budget. The only other thing that I wanted to raise, more as a general comment, is like when we're looking at like PEMICE 2, PEMICE 2, revenue's up 11,700, but expenses are up 52,700. When I look at the PMC, revenues are up 10,000, but expenses are up 34,000. It's just more of a general comment that how long can we keep going on like this? Like that's, we were a couple of years ago, we were like, let's raise fees 5%, and that was a tough decision. I know for hockey teams, and that 5% is a year is, that's not a few dollars. That's quite a bit of money. But at the same time, our expenses are going up 3 times what our revenues are going. And it's not that I don't want us to have hockey rinks. It's not that I don't want us to have rec programs. It's that I want us to have these things. But if we keep going the way we're going, like at some point in time, we become one of those municipalities that just start cutting services, which I don't think we've done, generally speaking, in the 3 years that I've been here. I don't know, looking to the mayor or Councillor Giacono, if this city's ever gone on a cut and slash budget. I don't know that we have, but I mean, there's a problem if our expenses keep going up 3 times our revenue. At some point in time, push comes to shove. We're not going to start debenturing to pay for, not a new rink and not replacements. I mean, we're not going to start debenturing just to pay for operating expenses. So I'm just pointing out that this is a concern.
Giacono?
Mr. Chair, for being so verbose. Councillor O'Neill, who sat for many years on Recreation Committee, he always said, that recreation never really was there to provide a profit. It was there to provide a service to the community. But I see where Councillor Keel's going forward with how often can you keep losing money? Perhaps the option is to break even and still provide the service. But to have a profit come from recreation may be very, very difficult to do. And I don't know if any other communities across the province make money, with rec centers. We're looking at, the town of Renfrew. They're going to be in debt for how many years based on their, their decisions with the Mattaway unit. So are we good managers? I think we are good managers, but everything costs more. But are they there to provide a profit? I guess that's the question. Or a service for the community at a minimal cost.
Keel, yeah.
Well, I think Councillor Giacono was missing my point. We're nowhere near making a profit. The report that we got from Angela and Jordan is that of the recreation system, 73% is taxation. We're like, I'm not talking about closing the gap. We couldn't possibly close the gap. But the gap is increasing, and at some point in time, how do you afford it? I mean, we have other pressures, whether it's policing, fire, staff costs. I mean, at some point in time, if rec expenses keep going up 3 times what revenue's going, I'm not even talking about breaking even. I'm just talking about being able to afford it at all. So that's my concern, is that if we don't start somehow even maintaining the gap or closing the gap, I mean, breaking even, that's a pipe dream. That's never going to happen. I'm just saying, at the moment, we're continuing to go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the red. And that's my concern, is at some point, I don't know what we do. Well, no, but that's a potential. I know when I was down in Windsor, the talk was, I think they had 3 libraries, and the talk was we're closing 2 and moving into 1. I don't think this city has had to do that anywhere. Again, I've only been here around this table for a few years. I don't think we have started shuttering things and whatnot to save money, but I'm just saying that at this point in time, the gap just continues to grow, and at some point in time, it won't be bearable. It won't be a matter of us sitting here making uncomfortable decisions about 30,000 here and 30,000. It's going to be, do we need to close something because it's just not affordable, or we're telling taxpayers that they're going to have a 20% tax increase? Like, so that's my only concern.
Can she speak first? Okay, so Madam Treasurer, then Mayor Gervais.
So from the cost point of view, like what we're seeing is the increasing cost of having aging facilities, right? Because the PMC is approaching 75 years old. You know, the PACC is 50, so they're both in a, you know, as each year passes, we're going to have to spend more and more money to maintain them. On the flip side, we set our revenues, you know, mostly to be competitive with other municipalities, because especially with teams that can choose which rink they go to, if we're too expensive, our revenues are going to go down, not up, if we increase our fees. So for us, it's really difficult to say, you know, we want to set our pricing because we want to recover like 85% of our operating costs, because if we do that, we could be pricing ourselves out of the market with other arenas. So it's complicated, you know, because we have to take a regional approach to pricing that may not necessarily fit, you know, what we really would want to be able to recover from our users. And I don't know if Mr. Drochet has anything to add to that, but it certainly makes it complicated.
Yeah, I would just like to add one thing. So years ago, we used to have a position in the department that actually looked after our plant rooms. When that individual had retired, that position wasn't filled. So we ended up contracting the work out. Now, the individual couldn't do everything. I mean, we still have to contract some things out, but a lot of our requirements through TSSA, like we're forced, if you look at the budget, typically the increases are materials and contracts. Well, when, you know, someone comes to service our boilers or service anything with our HVAC, we're at the mercy of what is a cost, you know, and they're not cheap because they're industrial rates, not even commercial rates. So, I mean, we got to consider that as well. The whole fact, and I hate to bring up COVID, but I mean, we're just seeing ungodly increases. It's hard to forecast things at times because what something cost $1,000 a few years ago is $3,500, you know, so it's, I get it, I hear it, and I think that, you know, costs are increasing. But again, it's recreation is pretty important to the community. We talked about attracting doctors earlier today, and I mean, you know, if they're going to relocate to an area, they've got a young family, or even if they don't, they're going to want to know, what can I do in this community, right? So, anyways, thank you.
We'll have Mayor Gervais and then Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to Councillor Keel's question, I think the only time I've ever seen, in terms of have we ever closed something or whatever, was the pool. I think that's the first time I've ever seen it in a recreation realm. I know that on the ops department, it's, okay, so we have an asset management plan, which I totally agree with. I agree with the province in terms of an asset management plan to see on recreation operations, the whole gambit. So what's the scoop? How bad is it? But now it's, okay, so how do you fund it? And so as Mr. Lewis would say if he was here, is so you got levels of service and your ability to pay. And so if you're not getting the monies, it's the level of service, and it's back to exactly what you pointed out. So do you then start, in the case of recreation complexes, do you close them? In the case of operations, do you, I know Councillor Frenier often talks about switching to gravel roads and so forth. Do we go back to gravel roads, or like that might be an exaggeration of what you have to do, but do you have to do these sorts of things? Because if you don't have the money, well, what are you doing? Especially in terms of water and sewer, there is no, you must fund it because you just don't supply water and sewer, I guess. But you must fund it because if someone gets sick, we get a Walkerton situation, you must fund it. There is no choice. Now, do you need to have this extra road? I don't know. I guess you could start closing down roads or something. But in terms of, I think what the deputy mayor, when he was making this gesture, I think what it is it's a balancing act. So in terms of recreation, as I see it, it's not just looking at it for what it is in terms of dollars and cents. So if I pick on our two arenas, having two arenas and being able to do Silver Stick, which I understand the stats I get is we receive millions from economic development. So that's a positive impact to our community, just in a different way. And so you're spending money here to get this positive economic impact. Fiddling, once upon a time, as I understand it, brought in lots of economic development and monies. Maybe not so much anymore, but I'm certainly appreciating that it does attract individuals here. They're buying gas, they're eating food, and so forth. So again, there's this positive impact to it. I understand what the treasurer is saying is, okay, if you have aging facilities, you need to spend money to keep up with it. But I also, which is what I started with at the beginning of the day, is the ability of the ratepayers to pay. And when I have people saying, Ron, I'm going to have to sell my house and I'm moving out because I can't afford it. And then, we talk about, the potential for a new facility, which one number I was given was 80 million, another one was 90 million. When I tell that to people like that, they utterly flip on me. It's like, we can't, they're talking about themselves, afford that, we will move. And then if people are telling me it's not just 2 rink pads and a pool, it's a facility for this group or that group, well, now you're way over 90 million. So I don't even know how you afford to do it. I understand we have aging facilities, and again, I come back to former Councillor O'Neill, be careful what you get given. So build a PEMICE 2, as I understand it, with some sort of Lotterio grant or Wintario grant or something of that nature. Okay, so now you got the facility and no funds are being put aside. I understand that. No funds are being put aside to maintain it and so forth. And so now, okay, pay the piper because now we have a facility that's X number of years old. So be careful what you ask for. I do know from Recreation's department, and I'll just spill this over because I don't know that I'm going to be here for much, if at all, tomorrow, is the concept of, in terms of the recreation facilities, is, again, what can, if you're taking good care of them and so forth, what can you afford to do? But by God, if the city of Pembroke wants to try and reduce one rink or something like that, I understand that Silver Stick can't happen. They can barely do it with 2 facilities. All these other different organizations and like the skating club and everything else, they're not going to happen. So if you're talking about quality of life, you're not going to have that. So you got 2 facilities, and thank God we have 2 facilities, and I'm appreciative that the city of Pembroke is a single-tier municipality that's been here for almost 200 years now, as opposed to Whitewater. I really appreciate everything their council is trying to struggle with, because they were a forced amalgamation. They got rinks all over the place, and I have no idea where that's all going to end up. At least we have what we have, and we've always been the city of Pembroke, and there we are. But moral of my story is, I guess I'm trying to say, is I fully appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor Keel. You're looking at it from a business standpoint, saying, okay, the gap keeps getting wider, and at some point, what are we going to do? I appreciate trying to do different things to try and do something to close that gap, but not at the cost of losing Silver Stick, the fiddling contest, or any of those different things, because I know that if I waltz over to Miss Sutherland's office, she's looking for economic development opportunities, and I'm not going to try and put the kibosh on things that she's trying to do to benefit the city as well, including attracting doctors and whatnot that want to go for a swim or whatever. Anyways, it's complex. I hear you.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell.
Gerba kind of said what I wanted to kind of say. It was more or less that it's not just happening in terms of municipal budgets, but it's it's also just in terms of daily expenses, you know, like expenses are going up and salaries aren't keeping up to pace. So, I mean, you're right. At what point does it break? It's difficult, but then again, at what point does it become unaffordable? And then people just don't have that opportunity to enjoy a little bit of recreation. So I was always under the impression that recreation is never going to be cost even, not even close. It just won't do that. And I don't even know of a municipality that actually can break even in terms of recreation. In fact, I'll put that challenge out to the staff because I don't really know. I've been looking, but I haven't been able to find them. And Mary, yeah, you're correct in terms of, you know, when we're gifted something and we're provided an option, and you're right, it was Ontario, because it was at that time that the Ontario province had a whole bunch of dollars from lotteries, from gambling, and they built numerous facilities right across Ontario. And, you know, municipalities like ourselves said, wow, this is great, thank you very much. With no hindsight to think, oh, well, maybe we'll just wait for the next Ontario or Ontario to replace it. That's not in the cards right now, right? We're seeing dwindling budgets, we're seeing dwindling or increasing pressures. And you're right, you know, the whole point of us doing this exercise today is to look at the levies that we're going to be putting in place for our residents to pay. And some of these individuals can't afford the $500 extra per year. They just can't. It's a choice between food or heat. So I mean, we got to be cognizant of that as well. And I think that's what you're getting across, Mayor, is just to say, like, when you got people coming to you saying, you know, I might have to sell my house. I see that. I understand that. Not everybody gets a COLA increase to keep up with inflation, right? And I think it's important that we try to do our best. And you're right, Councillor Keel, I understand where you're coming from too. I would love to see it revenue neutral, you know, but the problem is we'll never ever get that. But you're right. I think that's why we're looking at different options, such as the multiplex, you know, to see if there is and eventually, you know, some advantage in terms of going in that direction. And we're fleshing that out. And I think, you know, I got to credit this council. That's some of the things that we're doing. And we're increasing the fees. But at what point do people stop using our rinks and going to Beachburg? Or, you know, my grandson does it. It's free in Beachburg to go play hockey, you know, through a program, you know. But in Pembroke, it would cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. We used to be cognizant of that, and that's revenue, because when you're there, you know, you're purchasing locally, you're providing, you know, it's not just the dollars to go and do that activity. You're spending those dollars in that community. So, and those are dollars that are leaving Pembroke.
CEO, then Councillor Keel, and then I'll say something, and then we'll go on the next line item.
Yeah, so I think kind of going back to one of the statements I made earlier is that aspect of trying to compare us to other municipalities. And one of the other themes that I've tried to put out over the last few years is that idea of the regionalized recreation agreements or whatever. So like, you know, if one comparable is Petawawa, well, you know, they've got 2 ice pads that are totally subsidized by the federal government. So how are you going to compare to that? On the other side of us, we have Whitewater that has 2 facilities that are run by volunteers. So how do you compare to that? And so, you know, I agree. I don't think around the table we can solve the pluses and minuses, because it just doesn't make sense. But I think a regional approach and I think efforts towards that is where gains will be made. You know, certainly you know, even just the discussions, if nothing else, around the sportsplex is getting, I think, other municipalities to think about recreation differently, because we are in a unique situation, and I keep on saying that. We're not heavily subsidized by the federal government. We have to come up with solutions that work for us, but I think regionally is a better way approach. Like, we all don't need skating trails. Larger Valley has a great one. Let them do that. We have a pool. No one else has the pool that's available. That's great. And so leverage what each other have, but support each other. So that's just what I wanted to say.
And I would pick up on that point that I think those kinds of new efficiencies and new agreements and new relationships are what we need. Again, to Councillor Purcell's point, I never said it would be revenue neutral. It will never be revenue neutral. But to the mayor's point, there is only one taxpayer, and I can tell you that I have this year had 2 people say that they were moving out of town, one literally across the street to Boundary Road. They lived on Boundary Road, they moved 2 blocks down across the street to Boundary Road, and they specifically cited taxes as the reason for leaving. So again, I'm not, I don't know, it just feels weird. I'm not trying to attack recreation. I'm not trying to say that we need to make it unaffordable. I'm just saying we have a problem that we do need to start chipping away at in various ways, whether it's reasonable increases to user fees, whether it's looking at our relationships with others. I don't want fiddling and step dancing to leave either, but I would find it hard to believe that somebody renting a camper down at our park would be expecting to pay the same thing year after year. Presumably that person with the trailer is expecting fees to rise. Fees are rising in every other campground that they go to. So I think it's those kinds of things that we sometimes look at and go, oh, well, we have to treat that special. It's fiddling, it's part of our heritage. Well, it is, but we have costs doubling from one year to the next. And, did the person in the trailer get a 5% increase to their pay? No, they might not have. But gas went up. The cost of their trailer went up. The cost of every other campground, I'm sure when they were going to commercial campgrounds, they weren't paying the same thing year after year after year after year. It's just, so to me, it's those little things that are reasonable that we're just not necessarily taking advantage of. But no, again, Parks and Rec is never going to be revenue neutral. But if we keep going 7, 8, 9% increases on our taxpayers, again, that's just going to come to a breaking point at some point. And I just think we should be constantly thinking about that. And it's not that nobody comes around this table hoping to, increase everybody's taxes. But sometimes it's those little things. And one of the things since I've been here, when we have contracts with the Grind that are $1 for several years, when we have contracts with the Horticultural Society that's $1 for 35 years, like, none of those are helping us when it comes time to budget. And I get what the mayor's saying is they do add things to our local economy. I don't disagree with that, but we don't budget. Our budget isn't based on the local economy. If all the grocery stores are so happy that the fiddlers have come to town, we don't get more tax dollars from the malls. We get the same tax dollars whether fiddling is there or not. But because of our added expenses, we're having to go to our the one taxpayer, as the mayor said, and saying we need more revenue as in forms of a levy. So that's why I'm just keen to look at anywhere we can to try and raise revenues that isn't on the back of the taxpayers. And if it seems like I'm trying to increase the cost of everything, well, it's because our costs are increasing everywhere. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, one last one, then I'll speak, then we'll move
Okay.
on. We're running time here.
Mr. Chair, when they had the dedication of the Jamie Bramberger room, I brought a friend of mine who is a retired qualified engineer, and our spouses were there. We're watching the hockey game, of course. And I said to him, and he was involved in projects of building arenas across the country and in other parts of the world as well. So I asked him, in all honesty, I said, what would it cost to replace this place? And he looked and he said, you know what? To replace the Pembroke Memorial Center, you're probably looking at $80 million. And this is an expert in the field, like he's not a guy just off the street. Steel, the plant, if you're gonna do it, to replace it properly. So I guess what we have to think about is this. We have aging facilities, we have the PMC, we have the aging pool, we have PEMICE 2. What's cheaper? Is it cheaper to build a recreational facility that hosts 2 rinks, a pool, hall, et cetera, if that's 80 million bucks, the one you're going to build will not be $80 million, trust me. It'll be in excess of $150 million. That's my, so where does that money come from? It comes from a long-range debenture. And who's going to pay for that long-range debenture? Will be the taxpayer. So I guess the question I'm asking is, we have to weigh what is more precise and more current. Is it better to maintain what you got now, keep it in good shape? The Pembroke Memorial Centre is a historical arena. It was like the old Toronto Maple Leaf Gardens. Is it cheaper to maintain those for perpetuity? Or should we make a decision to buy new, build new, but what's that going to cost you? 50-year debenture? You're not going to pay off $100 and some million in 2 or 3 years. Is the money available? Those are questions that have to be asked. So, you sell your house today, you want to build a new one, it's not going to be for the same price that you bought the house for. We all know that. I live in the west end of Pembroke. I built my house for $18,000. I couldn't sell that house, and build a house for $18,000. So I'd have to sell it at a price that's current market value. But what I'm going to build, even with what I sell it for, will not match that. So I think those are things we'll have to consider. And I'm not trying to, divert the conversation. I understand what you're saying. You're acknowledging it's not revenue neutral, but those types of facilities bring people into our area. And the money to pay for them will not come from the rentals. It'll come from the economic development that is produced here that will attract people to our community to use, such as the physicians who want to have a rink, they want to have a pool, and to bring industrialization here to offset the cost for recreation. That's where it's going to go. Otherwise, we'll never pay for it. It'll go on for 1,000 years. You'll never pay for it. The cost have got to come from another sector of our municipality. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so just in closing on that topic, we have a recreational facility, we have a library, now we have transit, which people like. All of the cost. These are services that do not make a profit. That's part of it being a community. Library operating contribution, $689,000 in 2026. Beautiful library, lots of programming. They do a fantastic job. And we have a partnership with Orange Valley, and they contribute money to the library, as we have a recreation agreement. So we're very fortunate we have those partnerships. And yes, the facilities are old. We're going to be discussing new ice pad at PEMICE 2 today or tomorrow. You got to maintain what you have and plan for the future. So we don't want to get in the position we got with the pool where it's closed for close to a year and nobody has to swim. So you got to maintain, plan ahead, but no building is going to last forever. But that's something to look at. And as far as, what a new facility costs, it depends on the actual figures when you get the architectural engineer estimate, right? So, but that's down the road. Like, we're not talking about that tomorrow. And that will only happen if all the stars line up, like they did with transit. So, Ms. Hawthorne?
Okay, so the next section, I think we have, is it 10 minutes left? Try and get through as much as we can. So the next section will be recreation. Try and get through that one, then we'll hit Bogey's Bar, Kingston Pool, and the Aquatic Center. So the first section, which is starting on page 62. Grab my ruler here. We're looking at non-resident fees on line 510. We're looking at increasing that revenue by $5,000. Line 512, recreation levy and surcharge, Laurentian Valley. Just a little note here for Jordan to discuss. Did you want to touch on that, Jordan?
So just as I mentioned earlier, I just made a little note here for 2026, 2027, maybe get the ball rolling in 2026, and maybe by, give both councils time to look at what we'll be talking about and have something maybe for 2027. So, thank you.
Thank you. Line 513, the federal grant, that one is for the summer student. Lines 514 to 525, those are all related to salaries. Under services and rent, line 545, an additional $2,000, and that is for seminars and training for the new recreation specialist that was hired. The next one is under equipment and supplies, line 564 for office equipment. So we're looking at getting a piece of office equipment due to ergonomics. Looking at line 568 under brochures and recreation guide. In 2026, the recreation department will be doing a brochure as well as a recreation guide. If you turn over to page 63, under Waterfront Live, we have a line 610 under contract. So we have $300 set there for service calls, and that's to help with equipment, and they also do training to our staff in case we need it. The next line we just want to touch base on is on page 64, the 624 materials, and that's just to state that we are continuing with our ongoing mini PUD updates for carpet replacement in 2026. Public skating, line 645 under children's skating, we're looking at an additional $500 for increased programming for which includes sensory skates and learn to skate programs, which have been successful. Down to line under Canada Day, so down to line 666 under materials. As it now it is a 2-day event, the department is requiring additional funds to deliver the event over the 2 days, so we're looking at an extra $3,000 there. Page 65, we're looking at, again, under the Canada Day section, we're looking at increased cost for fireworks, as well as an increased cost for the entertainment, as well as security under contracts, line 674. See anything else? So I would skip over to page 66. So we're looking at a little bit on line 744 under revenues. So the department is offering a little bit more programs, which then in turn is going to provide us some more revenues. Special events, line 755. Looking at an increase in revenues there of $7,000. Jordan, can you just explain what that is?
Yeah, through the chair. So this past year, in 2025, we did have some increased programming. And we also had different sponsorships that came in through special events. So the bulk of it was our programming dollars that we had put in there to balance the bottom line, because some of the expenses associated with the programming came out of that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Also down under special events, line 774, community municipal grants. So the department feels that they will be getting more kind of interest, so the department will be offering 2 intakes in 2026. And Jordan's just going to explain something here.
Thank you, and through the chair. So I do want to note that I will be bringing forward a report December 16th. I know council did want to have an update on that, and I will be speaking more about looking at maybe having 2 intakes per year is kind of what I feel we should be going to. And as a result of this budget, I am looking for a little bit more money to do that. Thank you.
For the Santa Claus parade section, just slightly about $1,300 in additional cost, really for just materials as well as a little bit of additional security cost for the day of the event. Riverside Beach on the next page, 67. One thing to highlight there is under line 843, some materials. We're just looking at to replace some more beach signage there. as well as a non-recurrent section, the line 851. So they purchased, the Recreation Department purchased the sound system in 2025, so that they will not be purchasing anything new in 2026. So overall, that is an increase of 1.15%. Just pass it through to the chair to see if there's any questions.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none. Do we have time for Bogey's Bar?
I think so.
Okay,
Go
go
with
ahead,
that.
please.
Okay, so the section Bogey's Bar, which is on page 68, really there's just, there's only, with the additional revenues of, looks like $500 there, and then just some slight expenses and additional cups and stuff like that. So there's really nothing big there. The next section would be Kingsman Pool, if you wanted to adjourn now, or if you want to, you can let me know.
Yeah, I think we only have 3 minutes, so we'll continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. So that ends our day one of our budget deliberations. We'd like to thank everyone, and we'll see you here tomorrow at 9 a.m.